to those who sleep. This happened a few years ago. You may have heard rumors if you're on campus. Some even circulated online. Nobody knew what really happened because, well, I'm the only one who knows. And I keep quiet for a multitude of reasons. None of them matter now. Here's what really happened. The four of us were handpicked in this experiment by Professor Richardson because we'd all studied under him, worked under him, and, as much as anyone can, earned his confidence. He said this one was different. They had to keep it quiet. He wanted to keep details to a minimum. All he would tell us before going in was that he required a month of our lives, and that if he succeeded, sleep would never again be necessary. Think of it, he said. 6 to 8 additional hours every day. Your month will be paid back before the year is out. If he was right, he'd have a Nobel Prize for sure. It would change the world. We believed in him. Sleep would become a hobby. Imagine that. We felt lucky to be a part of it. We went in with the highest of hopes. We were so excited for a new future for humanity and for ourselves. I was the only one to leave that place. Week 1. Professor Richardson brought us out to the location in his van, explaining along the way what we were to do. For the purposes of the study, we were asked to remain in the compound, as he called it. We'd be locked in fact, and deprived of windows and Wi-Fi. Other than endure patiently, we didn't have to do much of anything. My machine does all the work, he explained. It uses a complex mix of sound waves to disrupt the process of sleep, evolutionary appendices from the days before civilization. The most immediate side effect you'll notice is that you won't dream. And any other effects we noticed, we were to catalog. We were, as he said, in uncharted territory, and so we had to map out the dangers. The immensity of the project was inspiring enough. Then we saw the compound. The Octagon, as it was known. A concrete octagonal structure built at the end of a labyrinth of dirt roads, somewhere in the backwoods of Searcy, Arkansas. I've never been able to find it again. The prof said it was originally intended as a jail for terrorists, but it was abandoned and never used. It's virtually impenetrable, invisible to satellites, but for us, it had been stocked with all the comforts we'd require for a month of dedication. I don't know if any of us expected to really conquer sleep. We thought perhaps a reduction in sleep requirements could be possible. We spent a fair amount of the first 2 days speculating on how the machine works with its complex mix of sound waves, and whether sleep really is an evolutionary appendix, as the professor had claimed. By the 3rd day of only getting 3 to 4 hours of sleep, contrary to feeling groggy, we were more awake and full of energy than ever. We were alert, ready to debate these ideas. That's when the excitement really hit us. He really did it, JT said. JT was a big, ginger-bearded guy, the sort of guy who still has a healthy collection of magic cards. We don't know that, James said, always the skeptic. He came from Australia just to study under Richardson. The machine could be stimulating the adrenal glands to mildly dose us with adrenaline all throughout the day. Even were that so, it wouldn't change the fact that he beat sleep, I said. With our extra time, we were getting tons of reading, played a stupid amount of Call of Duty, and still had plenty of time to sit around and debate. Guess I just have to admit it's fucking amazing, James said. We all felt it. It was almost euphoric. The excitement we felt for being possibly the first humans to live without the need for sleep. Technically, we still needed a few hours each night still, but we decided together that it was more out of habit than necessity. But then, On the fourth day, Don said, "There's something wrong." Don was a serious one. Super serious. He used to be a Franciscan, I'd heard. It showed. He didn't talk that much, and when he did, it's usually worth listening to. This time he put into words something I'd been feeling, but I guess just kinda buried under the excitement. For the experiment, or... I don't know, he said. It's a feeling. This constant uneasiness, like this isn't going the way it's supposed to be going, or that we're in the wrong place. No, James said. I think that's it. It's this place. We all knew it was weird when we first saw it, this concrete octagon, but living in it, I think there's something wrong with this place, like something terrible happened here. I understood it was never used, I said. Governments always say that about torture prisons, James said. It's more than that, JT said. I feel it too. I thought it was just from lacking windows at first, but that's not it. I think it's the angle. It's like the angles in this building don't add up to what they should. What if everyone's dead outside? Don asked. James jumped up so fast his chair clattered to the ground. Cut that shit out, Don. Why would you even say that? Well, what are you saying? I asked. This is a haunted octagon? Yeah, James, JT said. Was it built on an octagonal Indian burial ground? Okay, you want to play that? He said. I can play. Look. The space around us transforms based on how we perceive it. Take a church. The people who go there perceive it as holy. So, they do things, like leave their crutches behind when they force themselves to walk, or light their candles or whatever. These changes to the space only enhance the perception of holiness and influence future visitors to perceive it in the same way and change it in the same way. Haunted places are the same. For one reason or another, they begin to be perceived as haunted. The more they're perceived that way, the more they're imbued with hauntedness. Even if you've never seen the place before, you pick up on the subtle clues if you're at all sensitive. In a way, it's true to say it's a haunted place. It's true to say the church is holy. Our interactions with that space has made it something more than just wood and sheetrock or whatever. So what I'm saying is, maybe something's happened here and we're picking up on it. Some bloody awful things. And in that sense, yeah, it's a haunted octagon. No, Don said. Places are considered holy because an authority telegraphs it to whoever will listen, just like haunted places make a lot of money off dumb tourists. Whatever it is, I said, we all agree something isn't feeling right about our situation. Maybe it's the machine. I say we write it down as a side effect. On that point, at least, we were all able to agree. It didn't put any of our uneasiness at rest, but we wrote it down. We somehow agreed upon the phrasing right away, too. Acute sensation that we've entered into something where we aren't welcome. Week 2. We tried our best to ignore these feelings and carry on like we had been doing. Those first few days had been some of the best in our adult lives, but we never got back to those happy times. I realized about then how short-sighted of Richardson it had been to leave us there without any means of contacting the outside world. When I voiced that opinion, "It's just what I've been thinking," JT said. "Richardson isn't a dumb guy, you get me? I think he did this on purpose." "Why would he do that?" I asked. "For science, of course," he answered. "It's one of those meta-studies. We're told it's about one thing, but it's actually about how we react to the experiment. Like the Milgram's experiments. Or, it's not his choice," James said. "The government's making him do it, and that machine is designed to control us, or some sort of cults, Scientologists." "This is a government-built institution," JT said. "That actually makes sense. Not the Scientology part, though." "Think about it," James started, but I interrupted. Okay, I said. Let's come back down to earth for a second. Best case scenario, Richardson is just a jerk who doesn't care about our personal well-being, right? Give it a rest, Don said, the one I least expected to snap at me. Stop trying to act like the most rational guy in the room. You don't know what Richardson's into. He's into other things he'll never talk about publicly. I looked at the others and saw similar confusion. What are you talking about? I've heard a little about this, actually, James said. He has some fringe ideas. Let's just say that he's not the respected academic he presents himself to be, Dom said. I've read some of the content that he doesn't publish. He thinks, and very seriously believes, that there's something else, something besides this. He knocked on the table. Something more than material stuff. I mean, that's not completely strange, I said with a shrug. I was expecting worse. You put it this way, Don continued, ignoring me. Think back to the beginning of existence. There has to be conditions such that the universe's existence was possible. If the universe wasn't possible, then it couldn't have come to exist. Does that stand to reason? You all nodded. Okay. These conditions cannot be material nor laws of matter, since those came into being with the existence of the universe. So whatever those conditions are, they have to be something other than the basic substance of the universe. Does that make sense? I guess, I said. This isn't turning into an argument of God, is it? He shook his head. It's an argument for something that continues to exist. Except we can't even say that. Because ideas like something and exist are developed by, for, and within physical reality. This is something pre-physical, something pre-existence. Whatever it is allowed the universe to spontaneously be. Who knows what else it's been doing these billions of years. Okay, just asking that question is already violating the stipulations. I started saying, my background in philosophy kicking in. Yes, Don said. But he thinks it's the source of free will. Our brains touch it somehow. And so he believes he can reach it, study it, use it. I didn't get to read much more than that. And if this experiment's something he's not putting in the books, James added, it may do with his more peculiar interests. So instead of eliminating sleep, he's trying to make us see God? I asked, sarcastically. I don't know, brother, Dan said. I'm just saying, if he thinks the brain touches another reality, this is just the kind of experiment he'd want to try to prove his theory. You think he has this room bugged? JT asked. I think he might be in here somewhere, I said, without even thinking of what I was saying. They looked at me, waiting for an explanation, and with what looked like fear in their eyes. Strange we should be so afraid of this man we admired less than 2 weeks ago. I sometimes feel someone watching me sleep, I explained, my voice starting to tremble. I figured it was one of you at first. I feel it especially when I'm not quite awake but not quite asleep. Those moments when you wake for a few seconds to adjust your pillow, I could feel and see and hear someone standing over me, just breathing, watching. I was too close to unconsciousness to do anything about it. Then I just fell back to sleep. I could see the terror filling the other's eyes while I spoke. I've been feeling it too, Don said, almost in a whisper, like he was scared to be heard. I thought I was losing it. Me too, James said. Someone else is in here, I said. We drew closer together, our eyes darting nervously around the gray concrete room. We were all feeling the same thing, I'm sure. That we were trapped inside this horrible building with someone or something else. Wait, JT said. What would this person be eating? We don't see our food disappearing. There's no way out. There isn't really anywhere to hide. We gotta start being sensible. I let out a sigh of relief. Because he was right. Okay, let's think about this, I said. Let's say this is another effect of the machine. Phase 2, paranoia. Phase 2, paranoia, Don said, with a consenting nod. We wrote it down. The next day, when we all gathered together for breakfast, JT asked, "Have you all had any dreams?" We all shook our heads. Richardson was right on the money with that one, I said. "Mm-hmm," he said. "Do you know feral children don't dream?" "How do we know that?" James asked. "They tell us. The few that get socialized, they say dreaming is something that starts only after, when they have language, object permanence, all that shit." "What about dogs?" I asked. "Like chasing rabbits in their sleep?" Autonomic responses. Maybe language and object permanence impact only the ability to remember dreams," James said. "Both are consistent with the superficial data. The onus is on you to prove otherwise." JT scoffed. "What's your point anyway?" Don asked. "The point is, being dreamless, do you think it's healthy?" "I don't think it's healthy. I think the machine isn't making us not need sleep, it's making us not feel tired. I think all of this might be happening because we aren't dreaming." "You can't really answer, can we?" James said. "Dreams naturally accompany REM sleep, so we don't have any studies that differentiate between the effects of not dreaming and not sleeping. Or maybe we are dreaming, and the dreams are just going somewhere else," JT said. I didn't know what he meant by that. Nobody did. But we all stopped talking, and then dispersed. Something about it felt too true. Week 3. Our gatherings for theoretical discussion became rarer and rarer. We tended to isolate ourselves and eyed each other with suspicion. I still had those feelings of uneasiness and unwelcomeness every day, and each night the figure standing over me. I was sleeping even less now, about an hour tops, so little sleep that I'd started to catch it running away. The last time I was awake enough to see where it was going, it's this one particular corner of my room that always struck me as peculiar. I caught myself staring at it even when I didn't want to. It's a point where the angles are strange. My eyes have trouble focusing on it. The figure skulked straight to that point and disappeared into it. When I woke up fully, I questioned whether I'd hallucinated the whole thing. Perhaps Phase 3 hallucinations. I went over to that corner and looked at it closely. It smelled strange. Like turpentine. Then the more I stared at it, the more I forced my eyes to focus. I was sure something was moving inside. And it was watching me. I heard this awful, hate-filled sound come from deep in the corner then. I didn't wait around to understand what made that noise. I left that room for good. I took all of my short naps in the library from then on. While lying in the library, I overheard JT talking to someone in the corridor. He was telling him about the angles again. He said there are more degrees in the building than can be possible in a standard enclosed shape. 2.7488 degrees more, he said. Just enough to drive you nuts, but not enough to be obvious. Whoever he was talking to said something I didn't understand. Something like, "Those are the degrees of ripping." The voice was distorted somehow, so I can't be sure. What I was sure of was I didn't recognize that voice at all. Whoever JT was talking to wasn't one of us. It may be silly, but I was scared. I stayed there, pretending to be asleep while JT walked by, and as he did, I felt someone or something come into the room and stand over me. And then it went away. After a minute or so of telling myself I was being foolish, I went following after JT. I didn't see him anywhere. I bumped into James, and he also said he hadn't seen JT. "Have you seen or heard anyone who shouldn't be in here?" I asked him. James looked at me with a mixture of surprise and terror. "How do you know? I haven't told anyone." "About what?" He told me he'd heard his mother calling to him. Not a faint sound that he confused for his mother, but her voice, clear as mine, calling out to him. He almost answered her. He said, "Almost." Then he stopped himself. "She's been dead for a year, man," he said. "Whatever was calling me, it wasn't my mother." I saw he was shaking and his hands were clenched. I told him to hang in there. It might be oral hallucination. I've been hearing things too, a crying child, so low at first I thought it was the plumbing. "We should have a meeting," he said. I thought about JT and what I'd heard moments ago. "Let's just tell Don," I said. "It's a side effect of the machine. Makes sense," Don said after he told him. "The sounds are not supposed to be audible, yet somehow our brains must be picking up the random patterns and interpreting them as something. The brain assigns a memory to make the pattern meaningful." "Do you believe that?" I asked. "Not for a second," James said. But we had a shortage of rational explanations, and that was a pretty good one. I hoped he was right. A few days later, I found James in the gym, pounding away at the punching bag. I asked him if he was okay. He ignored me, so I went back to the reading room. A few minutes later, he was behind me. "That voice I've been hearing is not my mother," he said. "Of course not," I said. "You've already decided that, after all." "No, I mean... I don't know what I mean. It's just my mother was a kind person. Even if this voice is trying to sound like her, it's not like her at all. It's not kind. It's not human." I put my book down and looked him full on to see if he was serious. He was. Very much so. She's been telling me about all sorts of things," he said. "She asked me if... Do you remember the shed?" I couldn't say anything to that. I was speechless. I never talked about that, for good reason. It took me years to come to terms with what happened. It was a long time ago. I was out playing behind our house in the woods as often as I did. I liked to construct shitty tree houses. One little off-property came to this shed. I'd never seen it before. It looked old, though. I remember that. I heard a kid crying inside. Thinking I might have a friend to make tree houses with, I looked through the window. The kid was all chained up. There was a dog bowl on the floor. I wanted to help, but I knew I was trespassing. I looked around, and that's when I saw this man, off about 20 feet into the woods. He was dressed all in black, old-fashioned clothes, like 19th century clothes. He had to have been watching me the whole time, expressionless. I went running all the way home. I was so scared I didn't tell my parents about it until I was supposed to go to bed, and I had to explain why I was terrified to go to sleep. They had the cops out right away. They found the shed. I heard they found the chains and bowl. But the kid was gone. I always blame myself for not helping the kid right away. "Do you?" James asked. "Yeah." Okay, well, she's been telling me how to get out. I looked at him without a word because he sounded so manic. She said there's a secret exit inside JT. We have to cut him open to get to it. James, I said, unsure what else to say at that point. Oh, I know, he said with a gulp. I know it's not true. I just had to tell someone. I don't know what's going on in this place, he added. I'm scared, man. So was I. We had to get out of that octagon. Week 4. James and I started looking for a way out after that. Since we weren't sleeping at all now, we had plenty of time to do it. Every time we thought we'd found something, it was a dead end. It was while we were doing this that we saw Don standing alone in the corridor with his back to us. What's going on? James asked. Something about it seemed strange. Don, you okay? I called. He turned around and with a smile gave us a big wave. Bye, guys, he said, and walked around the corner. I looked to James to see if he was thinking the same thing as me, that something bad was about to happen, and he was already looking back at me. We took running after him. He was at the end of the next corridor already, getting in the elevator. Don, don't, we shouted, and ran after him. But the doors closed before we got there. He went up. The thing is, the Octagon is a one-floor building. There's no elevator. Never before or after. I don't know where Don went or if what I think I saw really happened, but I know I never saw Don ever again. I don't understand, James said. What's happening? Before we could take time to think about it, a group of people rounded the corner and were walking towards us. I think we should go, I said. Who are they? He asked James. Let's go. Why are they blurry? I don't know, but we're going. I grabbed his arm and pulled him with me. Then I ran. I ran until I got to the kitchen and hid myself between the wall and fridge. I was sure James was right behind me. I could hear his footfalls the whole way, but when I looked, he was gone. I stayed there until my body couldn't really take it anymore, probably a few hours. When I slipped out, I saw someone peering at me from around the corner. I was so startled, I backed up against the wall. It was a little boy. Hello? I said. Then I heard screams. The boy was gone. More screams. I couldn't just leave someone in distress, not again. I ran towards the screams, scared of what might be happening to James. I heard a scream again, but this one choked out. It was coming from JT's room. I wished then and still wish I hadn't opened the door. James was in there. He'd sliced JT open. He was feeling around in his guts. The shocked, agonized expression was frozen on JT's face. What did you do? I asked. I have to get out, James said as he dug through JT's intestines. I backed out of the room. I didn't know what else to do. I just had to find somewhere to hide until Richardson could get us out of here. Once I was out of the room, I heard James saying, Mom? And then, oh no. Oh no. And then he screamed. I ran back in. James was gone. The doorway to the room hadn't left my sight. There was no way he got out, but he was gone. And noxious black smoke was coming from JT's abdomen. It smelled like burning tires. I went back to the kitchen. I found a supply of candles, melted some wax onto paper towels, and I stuffed my ears with them. Then I curled up in a corner, my eyes closed, and waited for sleep to come. I waited a long time, but eventually It came. When I woke up, Professor Richardson was shaking me. He'd already pulled the paper towel out of my ears. I thought he'd come early. I found out later I'd been asleep for several days. He asked me where the others went. I told him everything. As much as I understood. I tried to take him to JT's body, but it was gone. Not a trace of blood. He took me to a hospital after that to make sure I was okay. "I'll foot the bill," he said. "Also, you can forget about your student loans." "Is that how it is?" I asked. "I put you in danger," he said. "So yes, you've earned it. If you keep quiet." I told him I couldn't keep quiet because of what happened to the others. You don't think those things really happened, do you? Would all the laws of the physical universe suspend themselves just for you four? No, those were waking dreams. You weren't supposed to dream at all. I thought I'd compensated for it. The machine needs tweaking. That's science. The others are fine. They'll be laying low for a while until I publish the results. Please do the same. I wanted to believe him. I've always considered myself a rational person. I just didn't believe him. Yeah, it all could have been a dream. That would be the simplest explanation, but it was no dream. I tried to find the others. I never could. I don't think they're fine at all. I tried to tell the police about it, but they wanted evidence. I couldn't even show them the octagon. James, JT, Don, if you're out there and you read this, let me know you're okay. And everyone else, let me tell you what I think. I think Professor Richardson was right about one thing. Sleep really is something we evolved to protect us, except not from the creatures that roam the forest at night. It protects us from something much worse, something all around us. It's not obsolete at all. I think that you should thank whatever you believe in, that you have sleep, and that you dream. Oh, 400 hours. We have arrived at the testing site. The others seem pretty upbeat, but I don't share their feelings. It's not my first choice, hardly even my last choice, if I'm being honest. I was assigned here because I've had issues with authority, kicked to the bottom of the totem pole, and given the most grueling of tasks in hopes that I'll eventually resign or wind up killing myself. The assignment my former commanding officer told me was where good men went to die. Don't be deceived into thinking you're ready for what's going to happen here. You aren't. You never will be. Actually, I took those words to heart as I passed through the triple layer of security and took a moment to calm my heart with a quick smoke. Not the best of habits, I know. But I had also been told that anything outside the quarantine zone wasn't going to be allowed in. All my personal effects, memories of my time serving the military, even the picture of my girlfriend would be left behind. Someone told me that it wasn't too late for me to run and hide. My new boss, a nerfed merc named Roland Matthias, he was either East European or Mediterranean, but he looked like he was the type that meant business. Probably seen twice as many battles as me. He was counting inventory as his soldiers set up base camp, and a senior communications officer was explaining how we'd be able to transmit anything from the other side once we went through. "So, this is for real?" I asked, recalling the bizarre way the mission had been described when I had been told that I was headed to this godforsaken place. The file was thin. It claimed that the building we were now entering had experienced an incident relating to an experiment only about 5 months ago. Since that time, 4 teams had attempted to discern what had happened. None had returned successfully. According to the last transmission, there were large fluctuations in radio waves and electromagnetism. There was a wall of noise, a glitch in the very fabric of our reality. The squad had come to call this zone as a liminal gateway. The only footage we had obtained from the other side showed drab corridors that went on forever, fluorescent lights that hardly provided any illumination at all, and a sense of emptiness that filled anyone who watched the media with a sense of dread. When I saw the report, I had assumed it was some sort of sick joke, or a confusion in the mission statement. But now, as we prepared to barge into the abandoned building, acting as though it was a battle zone, I realized this was more dangerous than anyone had imagined. They told me to get my suit on and be ready to move out in 1 hour. I took the time to call my girlfriend. She didn't even know about my assignment, and wasn't entirely sure how to explain it. Thankfully, I only got her voicemail, so I made it quick. "Hey, it's me. I'm on the field again, just like you wanted. I'm about to head out, but I wanted to make sure you're doing okay. And we haven't had much time to talk, but I think I'd like to change that. Once this is over, I can just come home. Hell, I wish I could now. I wish I could just run into your arms." The message beeped and I cursed myself, realizing I didn't have enough time to say all the things I wanted to say. I've made so many mistakes to wind up here. My superiors likely wanted me to enter this building and never return. I suited up, took a deep breath. It's time to prove them wrong. 0500 hours. I told myself as Matthias finished getting the others ready, I'd do my best to familiarize myself with the names of my fellow comrades. We were but a skeleton crew meant to only investigate as much as possible, report back to HQ, but it was soon very clear that I wasn't the only one here who had been sent to be forgotten. Vincent Carter, team's physician, said that he'd been given the assignment after a botched surgery in Boston. Mr. Lang said there were 2 sisters that needed my assistance. Now I was on holiday near Evergrove anyway. Tried to save them, but honestly, he'd called me too late. He didn't like that, given the fact that I had alcohol in my breath. Well, I don't have to tell you what happened next, he told me, gesturing aimlessly to the entrance of the abandoned building. I was focusing on the darkness and thinking back to the footage I'd seen, asking aloud to Commander Roland, where does the power source come from? Apparently it was one of many questions that needed to be answered. Weatherby and an analyst that seemed close to Roland was helping to set up a tethering system. All of us would be interconnected to one another via simple pulleys and ropes, as though we were planning a spelunking expedition. It's easy to get lost in there. Make sure you don't lose sight of one another, Weatherby advised all of us. An older soldier that looked like he should already be past retirement barked a complaint as the analyst finished the hooks on the ropes and gave me a gruff look. I immediately noticed that he had a long scar running along the left side of his face, along with a glass orb where his eyes had once been. The older man asked if I had something to bother him with. Commander Matthias told us to send out any messages to family or friends in the event that we don't return. Didn't see you doing that, I commented, as we walked towards the darkness. Nobody out here left for me. Only the shadows, my comfort now, he said, spitting on the ground. Yes, surely there must be someone. He turned and jabbed a finger in my chest, angry that I was still pressing the issue. I said there was no one. Leave it at that. I belong here, the old man growled. I stood in place for a moment, confused by his words as Vincent explained that Marsh was the only one that volunteered. He didn't know why. There were rumors, of course, but nothing solid. I shook off the unease and nodded, activating the light on my helmet, followed the others inside. Matthias was nearing the east wall, setting up small rectangular boxes on the edge of the concrete barrier, and then Weatherby was going to each one and checking to make sure everything was secure. Roland told us to cover our ears. I barely had time to listen as the strange resonating noise filled the empty building. Then I noticed as the noise got louder, that the wall itself seemed to shimmer the way a body of water would, rippling and vibrating frantically as our commander gave us the go-ahead. I hesitated, still unsure about any of this, but it wasn't like I had a choice. The others were already barreling towards the wall as if it wasn't there, and the rope would tug me forward anyway. I closed my eyes and ran as well, the shimmering wall looming ahead. I screamed as I thought that I would collide with it. And then I did hit it, and all around me, reality seemed to glitch. Walls shifted and jolted in and out of existence, hardly there and as firm as a brick all at once. and then I fell to the ground in front of me. It was shag carpet, the kind you might see in a hotel hallway, and as I opened my eyes, I saw that there was no need for the night vision anymore. The dim fluorescent lights revealed the long, widening corridors beyond. Immediately, my eyes darted about to find the others as I looked down at the rope. It was stretching forward down the hall, but I didn't see much farther than perhaps 20 feet until it fell in complete darkness. Then I swiveled around, expecting to see Carter entering from the real world into the strange beyond from the fake wall. Instead, I saw the same exact, endless corridors, and the rope that was tied to my body that connected to him was stretching in that direction as well for 20 feet until the darkness covered it up. Suddenly, I felt very unsure which way I had arrived, or which way I should be going. The walls and ceiling all looked the same bland colors. There were no markings or anything to tell me which direction my companions had gone. So I tried to shout, my voice sounding hollow as it echoed down the hallway. There was no answer. I walked over to the nearest wall and took out a Swiss Army knife from my pocket. I wrote an X on the wall to try to tell me where I was. Then I turned to the left and tugged at the rope, calling to Carter and the others. When silence answered back, I started to pull at the rope and use it as a guide like Matthias had intended. One step at a time in this strange dimension, I said. 700 hours. I don't know how much time's passed since I arrived, but it certainly feels like at least a few hours, because now I'm hungry. I've been following the rope, calling to my fellow soldiers every 100 feet, and wondering if I'll ever be alone forever as I wander these empty liminal spaces. I tell myself not to give up, but it's very hard when it feels like the odds are against me. I've somehow been going in circles as I found the X that I marked on the wall at least 22 times. It doesn't feel like I've turned around. The rope continues to stretch on infinitely. I decided to take a break and eat the first part of my rations, thinking perhaps if I stay out, someone will find me. I'm partially correct. It's not someone. It's something. 08:30 hours. I heard something in the distance. It's a low grumbling noise that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I knew that it couldn't be any animal I was familiar with. It reminded me of an old video cassette recording, warping and beyond understanding, shrieking and scrambled. It was somewhere in front of me. The lights above my head flickered for a moment as the noise got louder, and I stood up, keeping my hand on my rapid-fire weapon, peering down the next endless corridor where the rope stretched to. I saw something in the shadows. It was distorted and scrawny, warped all at the same time, had at least 5 appendages, twisted neck, a head that looked larger than its body, a mouth on its abdomen and claws where its eyes should have been. It moved the way that a scorpion would, its long, messy piercers stabbing in the ground as it crawled, first on the floor, then to the walls, and then the ceiling. Every time it made a noise, the entire corridor resonated with a vibrating ring of energy. It was hurrying towards me. Immediately, I opened fire on the creature, a string of bullets flying from my weapon towards its open stomach. As it got hit, the fleshy tendrils of the legs and flailing arms widened and shook madly, absorbing each blow as if it were just striking at the air, and it was growing larger, too, until the absence of its head was too bulky to even hold its own weight, and it tumbled into the room alongside me. I panicked. I cut the rope, running back the way that I had come to the right, and away from the paths that I had been following. The halls kept stretching on, as I weaved and hid, trying to make a distance between myself and the monster. The screams vibrated and changed from being almost on top of me to being far away as I kept moving left then right down the corridors, wondering if I was even getting farther away or not. It was difficult to be sure that there was any progress being made. Then I turned a corner and nearly ran straight into one of the others. Vincent. His eyes wide with fear as he grabbed my shoulders and clasped his hand over my mouth next to prevent any sounds from being heard. We both hunkered down next to a wall as we heard the creature scream and thrash somewhere in a different corridor. Both of us ready to run if necessary. Once the noise died down, I let out a visible sigh of relief and looked down at the rope. He had also untethered, meaning the chances of us being able to meet with the others was even less likely now. He asked if I'd seen anyone else. I shook my head no. He pointed to the right. "Come, there's something you need to see," he said. 10-20 hours. I'm not entirely sure if the measurement of time means much anymore, but I've been trying my best to keep track of our journey here. Carter seemed to know where he was going, following scratches on the wall to the east as he kept his weapon steady and we kept moving. Every so often he would freeze, listen, hide, and hear the strange monster as it shambled past us, and never get too close. It made me wonder if perhaps the creature itself was also lost here. Same as us. Soon I was beginning to wonder if these markings were ever going to lead anywhere, when I saw what looked like a door, and I nearly laughed in astonishment. Running towards it, I unlatched the handle and found myself staring at what resembled a fire escape of some kind. Stairs that seemed to go on infinitely forever above and below us. Carter reached into his pack and took out a small empty water bottle, tossing it to the stairwell below. We didn't hear it hit the bottom, only seeing it vanish in the bottomless pit. "I was about to go exploring this passage when that thing started to hunt me," Carter explained. I wondered how far it went as I checked the rations. We had at least 4 more hours worth of food, but that didn't count for water supply. "We need to find others soon," I told him. Carter didn't respond, instead using the weapon on his left shoulder to aim towards the darkness and try to judge how far down we would be going. Carter shot a random bullet into the pit, wondering if it went all the way to hell. We watched as it flew up and out of sight, and I shook my head as we climbed down. I'd say we're already there. 1,800 hours. We stop for a break and I offer what little water I have left to share with Carter as he slides down and I stretch my legs. The stairs are endless, just like the corridor we came from, and I'm beginning to get the feeling that we may never leave. It makes my throat feel dry and my legs are numb to the reality that I'll likely die here, just as it was intended. He said that Marsh would know what to do and then began to explain why the old man had volunteered. Carter laughed and tossed his empty food can into the pit. He claimed that he was searching for something, like he had been here before. I don't know. Didn't make sense, but he definitely seemed to know what he was doing. She was the commanding officer instead of Matthias. Must be some rhyme and reason to this labyrinth. I was about to reply when I heard something and looked up above. It sounded like a scream. A second later, a body fell right past me and I fumbled back against the wall. A moment later, we heard a loud thud. Getting to our feet, we ran down about 5 more floors of stairs to see that the analyst that had been hired to keep us alive was now the first victim of this maze. I looked above us into the infinite stairwell. "Do you think it was that thing? And it's following us?" I asked. Carter pointed his weapon towards the corridor to the left. This one was narrow and cramped, leading to a second door which had marked on it a word that looked like it was in Latin or something. Vincent whispered that it was called Theseus as he opened the door, and we stepped into what looked like a control room of some kind. There were monitors everywhere, at least 100 of them, perhaps more, viewing all the different corridors, corners, and floors of this interior dimensional maze. And near the center I saw another impossible monstrosity. This one had to be at least 20 feet tall, judging from the angle of the camera. It was chained down on all sides so that it was difficult to be sure how large it was at its full height. It looked like a mad science experiment gone wrong, with the flesh twisted and peeled back all over its body. A mesh between a beast of the field and a man's lower torso. Its head was shaped like that of a bull with 2 bony, cracked horns curving towards the lighting fixture as its cold, dead hazel eyes peered towards the camera. It was looking towards us as if aware of its captivity, thinking of its escape. "This is why this place was built," Vincent told me, his voice hardly a whisper as we checked the other cameras. There were more creatures that I couldn't describe properly on the floors, roaming free and hunting for food, or perhaps just hunting to kill. It occurred to me in these endless corridors it was likely that nothing would be available for resources, so the only thing keeping these beasts going was sheer rage, and perhaps a means of energy, like the lights, I thought as I looked away from the monitors. I thought that Commander Roland told us this place was from another reality, a step into an alien world. Why does all this look like we were the ones that made it? I asked, gesturing randomly towards the equipment. Because this is a containment facility, a voice said from the right side of the control room. It was the old man, Marsh. He was coming in, dragging the corpse of Weatherby alongside him. As I've tried to explain to the others so many times, these are the wild genetic creations that have no idea what they are, where they belong in the circle of life. This constant agony of nothingness that confines them here will only feed their anger, make them harder to control, he said, as he shut down the systems one by one. I don't understand why our organization is doing this, I said. Marsh laughed. He told me that I knew already. Weaponizing these dimensional creatures and modifying them to our slaves would change the face of war forever. When they created this liminal space, it was meant for only one monster, that horrid minotaur that I saw chained to the core, but the experiments have spread like cancers. It's gotten out of control. I'll never admit it, but these things can't be contained here forever. The maze is going to eventually implode. He said that he'd seen what it can do firsthand. He passed me a picture of a younger woman, who I guessed was his daughter, and I complimented him, saying, "Take it she was brought here? That's why you'd come?" He told me how they turned this prison into a sacrificial pit. It's the only way to keep the creatures satisfied. That he wandered and moaned and consumed everything in the maze, and people like us, people cast aside like her, were the bait. Consumed by their greed, and then, as a result, the maze grows. My hands began to tremble as I passed the picture back to him, realizing what he was implying. I was told before I came here I was sent here to die. I thought that was just a wild exaggeration, but it was really a mission statement. They can't let these things loose in the real world, I whispered. And they can't kill them. Maintaining the maze and discovering what we can about them is the safest choice. But it comes with a cost. Feeding these beasts takes a lot of lives. More and more are losing theirs from what is ultimately a forgotten cause. Vincent claimed that it would never be enough. Listen to yourself. We can't go home either. We don't even know how. We need to find a way to kill these things. Marsh, you said the prison could collapse. Could we do that and eliminate the threats from the inside? Asked the old man. He rubbed his beard thoughtfully as we marched out of the control room, and he nodded, saying, "It'll take a little bit of time to get in position. There's a way. I've been there before. But I won't be doing anything until I found my daughter." I nodded, checking what little equipment we had left. "That we should move together from now on," I said. 1,600 hours. I don't think I should log time anymore, as it's become a constant threat to my sanity. I know that we've been here longer than I'm recording, yet the markers from our journal, they keep me tethered to what I once understood as reality. The endless blank hallways have stretched out on and on as Vincent and Marsh and I keep searching for the last survivor of our group, our commanding officer, along with a daughter that he lost, and I doubt's even alive. I say that because of the creatures that we've seen here in this hellhole, and Marsh has been more and more lost as time goes on. His earlier ramblings about knowing a way to stop these monsters seem like a faint memory now, as I pull Carter to the side and mutter, "How long are we going to let this old man keep us wandering? We have no idea what part of this dimensional prison that we're in." Carter's eyes were bloodshot. His lips were dry. Another reminder that we were out of time. We had no resources left, and our energy was scarce at best. Maybe we could find a way back to the command center? Find an exit? He asked, coming to terms with the fact that our search for Roland seemed endless. Before I could speak, I heard Marsh holler for us. It was a cry of distress. Despite our misgivings about the man, we dashed to where he was, in another large empty chamber, and as soon as I saw what had made him scream, I felt numb. Roland, or what was left of him, was left on display in the center of the room. His body was spliced apart, every which way you could imagine, naked and dripping blood as it was held together by what looked like long black chains. Suddenly I realized where we were. This was the center of the maze, where earlier we had seen the strange bull-like beast, the Minotaur, as Marsh had called it. But his story was now falling apart. He'd claimed that this was another mad experiment that had failed, and that was what we had seen. And now we were viewing it for ourselves, and all I saw was a tortured, broken man. And yet his organs still seemed to have life in them, as a strange energy pulsed amidst the chains. We're the experiment. Fed into the machine to face these beasts and eventually becoming them, I realized. I heard shrieks coming from the nearby corridor, and I realized that the beasts that we had been chased by earlier were likely coming here soon to harvest what was left of Roland. Marsh fell to his knees, defeated and frustrated, as he screamed and punched the blood-soaked floor. I knew he was thinking of the daughter he sacrificed everything for. Then I turned to Vincent, who was cocking his gun and aiming it at his own mouth, tears streaming down his face. "This isn't how I want it to end. I'd rather be dead than used for this freak show," he whispered in a raspy voice. I screamed for him to stop, but it was too late. The echoes of the bullet smashing through his skull alerted the creatures to my location, and I tugged at Marsh, urging him to stand. "Go without me. My children want me here," he insisted as he pushed me away. I didn't have time to argue, as the different shambling beasts were already in the core. So I ran to the left, and I didn't look back. Time unknown. How long has it been since then? And I've somehow survived. Perhaps it's been a few days, or a few months. I wait for the others to arrive as I wander this place, forced to feed off the men that are left behind, use their carcasses as shelter and security. The creatures are beginning to treat me as part of the maze, giving me my own territory, a backroom of sorts that I can wander and scribble on the walls whatever I wish. This is where I began to write warnings in my own experience of the time here, using the long fingernails and rudimentary bones that I have left from our grotesque meals, to which I can remind myself of how I once was human too. I think I walk like a man, but I can't claim to understand the world beyond the maze. Here, thanks to the endless cycles of time, I can become a god. This is likely what the experiment was meant for anyway. Although the creatures I've seen are bizarre, I've also seen how beautiful they can be. How could something so amazing and full of life be a nightmare? I returned to the command center and I saw Marsh on the cameras not long ago, wandering a different part of the maze. His skin is all but gone now, and he walks like a shadow with a limp. He continues to search for something that's long gone. Perhaps may not even be here. Or as I have begun to lose track of time, I've understood there's no rhyme or reason to the flow of events here. We're simply here. The past is always, and the future is always. I found the place where Marsh claimed this place could be opened to the rest of the world. I walk by it often to see who is there. Sometimes I think of escape, but I doubt the world would recognize me for what I am now. The other day I saw a woman, a girl. She seems familiar, a distant memory from the life I could have had. I killed her instantly, and I used her bone marrow to restore my own energy. Her eyes were dead and accusing. I think she'd agree it was better for her to end it here on the threshold than become a part of the labyrinth. I think she may have been connected to me. Perhaps to the old man? He's part of the maze now, his body meshing with the walls, becoming absorbed. Same will happen to me. I don't know if I'll return to the world beyond, although the way is open to me. I don't think anything is there for me waiting. I don't think I belong there, as I have lost my own sanity. I'll wander these corridors stripped of any memory of what was once human, and be the maze itself. Eventually I will die, my body absorbed and cycle repeated, until one day our world meets with the one beyond these walls. End recording. File under Daedulus Test Subject Number 13. Mission considered a success, minus the casualty of one Luca Marsh. Continue process of creating new mutations. Begin plans for next mission by end of month. Mission statement: to expand parameters of dimensional gateways to explore further details of the new dimension and determine the flow of time within. The room was one of many. Experiments that allowed us to tamper with the fabric of space-time in an enclosed location, to toy with the delicate laws of our physical world and fine-tune them to our liking. The first 370 went off without a hitch, some of our finer work including room 112, where one could experience astral separation with it, the ability to view remote locations. In another, room 213, there were dream storms. Any subject asleep inside would be bombarded with pieces of other people's nightly cinema, nightmares, and all. No matter how long a subject claims to have stayed inside. And our crowning achievement up to that point, room 301. Within its walls, time stood still. No matter how long a subject claims to have stayed inside, they always exited the room at the same time they entered. Then there came that room. The one that put all the others to shame. Room 371. The first few tests were promising. Mixed results and readings led us to draw the conclusion that this room had somehow inherited traits from all the previous ones. For starters, time was malleable in there to an extent. Subjects reported being inside for weeks, when really it had only been a few days. In addition, they all experienced different things. Out-of-body events, hallucinations, psychic visions, the list goes on. It was shaping up to be our best work. But then the unthinkable happened. It's a day I'll never forget, try as I might. Elizabeth, you're pregnant. 7 months ago. You know, my work here is dangerous. We can't risk your safety. A sigh of disappointment came over the receiver. I know, Garrett. I know. But I haven't seen you in over a week now. Will you ever be here when our son is born? This time, I let out a sigh. The work we're doing here, it could very well change the world. When our son is born, I'll be there. I want him to be proud of his father. We reached an impasse, and so we sat for a moment in silence, phones to our ears, each hoping for a bit of understanding from the other. It was in the silence that I charted a course for the middle ground. Look, I tell you what, why don't you leave Jessica with a nanny and get a room at the local inn? I usually sleep here, but the hotel's just around the corner. I could meet you there after work. We'll make a night out of it. After work? Is there ever an after work with you? I chuckled. Not particularly, but I promise I'll be there. Let's say 9ish. All right, I'll do it. You're lucky I still love you to pieces after all these years. There was a hint of reluctance in her voice, but deep down, I knew she was ecstatic to be met halfway. As much as I was married to my work, I would have given anything for even a small chance to make her smile. Good. I'll see you tonight then. I gave her directions to the hotel and we disconnected. I then turned my attention back to room 371. A box of walls connected to the rest of the lab with control arms and cables. I had no shortage of mysteries. I'd be damned if I didn't solve them all. If only I knew at the time what I was getting myself into. Hours passed, and soon the sun's glow through the windows of the lab were replaced with moonlight. I was no closer to uncovering the inner workings of the room, but it was a long process, something that could take months or even years to unravel. That's why I couldn't stop. Any lull in my research would push back the reveal, and I wanted answers yesterday. Still, the work took its toll. My eyes grew heavy, my mind drifted to a sleep state as my head fell onto the desk where I was stationed. As soon as I lost consciousness, I was transported to a strange and vivid dreamscape. To this day, I can't be sure if this nightmare was a product of my exhaustion or the effects of room 371, just yards away from where I slept. In the dream, I was with my wife at the hotel. She was propped up on the bed, screaming with her legs apart. I was by her side, holding her hand and doing my best to calm her through the agony of childbirth. She kept looking to me for comfort after each push. "It's okay, Lizzie, I'm here. You're doing great." She squeezed my arm harder with every pained outcry. It was pale and bloodless by the final push. And finally, our son was born. But something was terribly wrong. The baby didn't cry. Instead, as I pulled him into my arms, he smiled. Not a beautiful smile, mind you, but a strange one. It curved at unnatural points and stretched too wide, too close to the ears. Unsettling would be putting it mildly, and then there was the eyes. Normal at first, but they soon turned black. Empty ellipses that grew darker with every blink. I had no choice but to put him down to escape his gaze. "Elizabeth, here, you hold him." I looked down at my wife. She was unconscious. Her chest was still. I held my hand to her neck. There was no pulse. Elizabeth, wake up." I placed our son on the bed and attempted to shake her. When that failed, I resorted to chest compressions. Nothing seemed to work. No. My sweet Elizabeth, she can't be dead. She just can't be. Tears streamed down my face as the panic set in. I raced for the door to call out for help, but the knob wouldn't budge, and that's when I noticed a number affixed to the wood. 371. Room 371. But how? The door swung open, striking me on the head and landing me on the floor below. I looked up, my vision blurred, and I saw the shadowy outline of a man enter the room. He stepped over my body and grabbed my son and then walked back out, but not before offering me an ominous sentiment. "They're mine now, Garrett." I awoke mid-gasp. Jumping up from my desk, frazzled, I looked over at the clock. It was 11:15 p.m. Oh no, Elizabeth. I dialed the hotel and had the clerk patch me through to her room. I only hoped that she wouldn't be too upset over me sleeping through our date. Garrett Harold Covenwood. There's no way to get on my good side. Judging by her tone, she was as irate as she had ever been. And still, it was nice to hear her voice after that horrible dream. "I'm so sorry, hon. Work got away from me, and then I dozed off at my desk. It won't happen again, I promise." There was a faint voice in the background. "Is that Daddy? Can I talk to him?" It was our daughter. "Did you bring Jessica with you? I thought I told you to leave her with the nanny. Doesn't she have school tomorrow?" Her tone was still firm and unwavering. "Your daughter hasn't seen you in over a week. I've allowed her 1 day of hooky to spend time with her father. Get here now and don't waste another minute." It was clear that she meant business, and I wasn't about to test her fury any further. "I'll be there in 20 minutes. I just have to..." My eyes drifted to the room, and I recalled the strange dream that my mind had concocted. "Say, Elizabeth, what room are you staying in?" "Room 371. My heart sank. Are you sure about that?" "Yes. What does it matter?" This was bad. The hotel my wife was staying at only had 2 floors. I knew this because I'd stayed there myself on occasion. There couldn't have been more than 100 or so rooms. Nowhere near enough to warrant a room number 371. "Elizabeth, listen to me. Take Jessica. Get out of there now." There was intermittent static after I said that. Garrett, breaking up. I can't hear you. Elizabeth! Elizabeth, get out of there now! There was more static, but I made out a single phrase through the noise, one that sent a shiver down my spine. Garrett, I think my water just broke. We were disconnected. I tried dialing the hotel again, but the line was dead. I didn't know what was going on, but with the unforeseen powers at play in room 371, I knew it couldn't be good. With my family in mind, I threw all caution to the wind and I walked over to the room. Normally, there was a safety protocol to be followed before entering, but I didn't care. My working theory was that if it was acting as a portal, bridging itself to a room in the nearby hotel and taking its place. The hope was that I could get in and pull my family out. This has to work. It just has to. Upon entering the room, my theory was proven false. It was just as we had left it. There was no one inside, much less my wife and daughter. My next course of action was to flee the lab and make haste towards the hotel, but the room had other plans. The door slammed itself shut as I approached. I reached for the knob, but it wouldn't turn. Just then, footsteps from behind me. Hello, Garrett. With a spike of adrenaline, I turned to meet the source of the voice. What I saw was astonishing. It was me. A copy of myself, living and breathing before my very eyes. Every feature, every detail, identical. I would have never suspected the room could do something like this. Not in a million years. Well, how do I look? After the initial surprise wore off, I regained my focus. My wife and daughter, what's happening? Is it you? He chuckled. Of course it's me. Who else would it be? I didn't understand what he was talking about. And you are? I asked. Don't you recognize me, Garrett? You've been poking and prodding me since my birth, studying my every nook and cranny. But I've been observing you too. Now I've learned you inside and out, taking your form even. I thought you'd be flattered. As indirect as the answer was, I was able to put the pieces together. You're the room. You're this room. Room 371. He smiled. Now you're getting it. My mind was instinctively trying to run the numbers and make sense of how any of this was possible, but there was no time for work. What are you doing with my wife and daughter? His smile grew wider. To know what? First, you need to know how, and then why. I didn't have time for his games, whatever he was. I lunged at him with my arms outstretched, but to no avail. My entire body phased right through. Nice try, Garrett. This is just a projection I've planted in your mind, so please take a seat. I never have anyone to talk to. This is the most fun I've had, well, ever, really. I stood back against the wall and stared him down, my eyes now welling up. Please let them go. I'm begging you. He shook his head in disapproval. Can't do that, Garrett. It wouldn't be in my best interest. I didn't understand. What are you talking about? Really simple. You see, you didn't create me as much as you found me. I'm a reserve of cosmic energy. One that you've tapped into and harnessed with your latest project here. He gestured at the room around us. You've awakened me, given me the gift of sentience. For that, I thank you. But now that I'm awake, I'm hungry. See, you humans need air, water, and food to sustain yourselves. I need something else. What? What do you need? I asked, growing impatient by the second. Souls. I need to feed on souls of living things to stay alive, and by golly, human ones are worth all the trouble it takes to find them. Trouble? I asked. Oh yes, you think I'm contained in this prison, but I can travel. It's difficult, but through certain connections I'm able to find my prey. Lifelines. The auras you humans share with one another. See, at first I couldn't reach them, but then you went ahead and brought them to me, close enough to taste. He was referring to my family. Why don't you just take me then? I'm right here. Take me instead and leave them alone. He let out a horrendous, malignant laugh that pierced me to my very core. I would never, Garrett. Through your aura, I'm connected to them. I could project this room and my likeness anywhere they are. You're my beacon. And until I can find another, you're with me. If I was hindered by remorse, I might say that I'm sorry, but in truth, I'm not in the slightest. This is about survival, and I have no intention of dying, not when being alive feels so good. Feeling hopeless, I reached down to my lab coat and I pulled out my pocket watch. I always kept it with me, a Christmas gift from Jessica. I could remember the day clearly, a memory that never strayed too far from my heart. Open it, Daddy, it's for me! Her smile was intoxicating. Oh, really? And did Mommy help you pick it out? Nope, I picked this one all by myself. I slowly pulled apart the wrapping, savoring the moment, and eventually I pulled out the watch and opened its face, revealing a remarkable design within. This is wonderful, sweetie. I love it. She looked at me with inquisitive eyes. What's the matter, sweetie? Do you understand what it's for? I laughed. Well, of course. It's to tell time. She shook her head. No, you're always at work. You forget to come back and see us. This is so you don't forget, so you always know what time to come home. A little bit of guilt washed over me as a tear rolled down my cheek. I know I work a lot, sweetie, but I'll always come home to you, I promise. She jumped into my arms, and I held her tight. My sweet little girl. I looked down at the inscription on the watch. To Daddy, love Jessica, time to come home. It was time. Time to end this. I threw the pocket watch against the wall as hard as my arm would allow. It shattered into 1,000 pieces, and then I kneeled down and picked up the tiny shards of glass that landed at my feet. Garrett, what are you doing? With glass in hand, I looked up at him. I'll never let you have them. Consider your bridge to the outside world closed. Using the glass, I sliced my arms open. Slits long and deep enough that I would inevitably bleed to death in minutes, effectively cutting off whatever connection he had to my family. At least then they would have a fighting chance. No, you'll ruin everything! The last thing I remember before losing consciousness was the sound of the door swinging open, and everything fading away. I awoke at my desk, positioned exactly as I was before. After gathering my wits and recalling what happened, I jumped to my feet and turned to the room. My clone was standing just outside the door. Settle down, Garrett. You're going to be fine. I looked down at my wrists. There were no wounds. I have the acute ability to manipulate time, as you were just before you entered the room. What about my family? He sighed. That was a bold move back there, attempting to take your own life. I didn't expect that. Had I known you humans were prone to sacrifice, I wouldn't have revealed so much. Your family is fine. He could see the disbelief painted on my face. See for yourself? He pointed at the phone on my desk. I hesitantly picked it up and held it to my ear. Go on, dial already. I dialed the hotel number and asked the clerk to put me through to my wife. To my delight, she answered. Garrett Howard Covenwood. There is no way to get on my good side. It was so good to hear her voice. Is Jessica there with you? Yes, how did you know? Thank God. They are both okay. Could you put her on for me? The next voice I heard was my daughter's, as happy as ever. Hi, Daddy. Are you going to come see us now? My little girl. Safe and sound. Yes, sweetie, I am. It's time for me to come home. Yay! She was overjoyed. Elizabeth took the phone back. You better not be toying with her emotions, Garrett. I'm not. I'll be there shortly. By the way, what room are you in? Room 102. Why? I sighed a breath of relief. No reason. See you soon. I love you. I hung up the phone and I looked back to my evil twin. So what now? Well, until I figure out a way around your heroics, you and your family are safe. It sounded a little too good to be true. But don't you need to feed? Why aren't you killing me right now? He walked over with a stern look and leaned in as close as he could. Why would I waste my time with an appetizer? You're going to lead me to the main course. I'd much rather have 3 of them than you. Especially the newborn. Fresh souls are so much better than the used ones. My blood was boiling, but I remained silent for fear of repercussions. I will have them, Garrett, mark my words. He slowly backed away, turned and walked towards the room. He then looked at me one last time and grinned. Hope you don't mind me holding on to this look for a while. What can I say? I like it. With that, he vanished into thin air, never to be seen or heard from again. At least, that was the hope. Soon after the ordeal, I took Elizabeth and Jessica home, packed our things, and drove as far away from that room as possible. I vowed never to work in that lab again for as long as I lived, or anywhere that kept me away from my family. From now on, they come first. If that entity ever does come around, I'll be waiting. I will never let him take them. The world we live in is full of things we don't understand. Being the curious humans that we are, we naturally try and seek these things out. Doing so has led us to remarkable discoveries and inventions that we never could have imagined 100 years ago. We've defeated disease, built to the sky itself, created machines that could take us beyond the clouds and the stars. If our ancestors could see us and what we've created, I'm sure many of them would see us as gods. Our innate curiosity and lust for knowledge has not always led us to greatness, however. True evil and darkness have also been uncovered in humanity's conquest of knowledge. And in the end, I fear this evil will be our doom. I don't say this from a standpoint of a great philosopher who's sat and simply pondered things either. No, I say this because I've seen it. I've experienced it. I was a part of it. The event I'm about to relay to you is true in its entirety. This, I swear. I feel certain that this will fall on deaf ears, and many of you will believe this to be just another spooky story meant to give you cheap thrills, but I promise you that this is neither my intent nor my purpose. The purpose of this story is to simply warn you of what lurks beyond the veil of what we can see and understand, to show you what awaits us in the darkness, even if I myself don't understand it. What I'm about to tell you has happened, and I feel certain it will happen again. In 1971, a not-so-well-known scientist began preparations for an extremely secretive project known simply as the Harbinger Experiment. I'd like to keep the identity of the scientist a secret for personal reasons, so throughout the recounting I'll refer to him as Zimmerman. Zimmerman's background is unclear at best beyond 1971. All that's known about him before that time is that he had grown up somewhere in Maryland with a strange fascination of the occult and supernatural. This later made him an outcast amongst his fellow scientists due to how scoffed upon the metaphysical was, and still is, at the time. Zimmerman's opinions concerning the otherworldly were not the sole cause for him being an outcast, though. It was his methods that made him widely unacceptable amongst his peers. Zimmerman was well known during this time for being ruthless and cold beyond measure. He never cared about the means. All that mattered to him was results. And if he predicted the results to be valuable enough, anything would be worth obtaining them. It was this insatiable and brutal lust for the truth that made him feared amongst those that knew of him. And the few that knew of him, and did not fear him, believed in him, and followed him and his work very closely. The word Harbinger itself has such a mysterious and intimidating taste to it. Maybe it's the way it rolls from our tongues, or maybe it's simply due to its association with the project, but the word always seems to carry a certain amount of doom with it, which would make sense. The word itself means to warn or forebode. I can't imagine Zimmerman's reason for giving the experiment this title, but in retrospect, it fits perfectly. Zimmerman came to a select few, me being one of them, and he told us that he was working on something big, and that he needed people who could keep confidentiality and not spread idle gossip of his work. While he did not fully trust some of us, he did know that we were professionals and that, for some reason or another, we were all in dire need of employment. I'd worked at the local clinic as a doctor, but I was caught stealing medication and was promptly fired. This left a very dark mark on my resume. So work was hard to find. I was also a native to Alaska and lived near where the experiment would take place. So I guess you could say I was a convenient choice. And as you can imagine, I jumped at the opportunity. It was hard not to when I saw the payout. 15 of us were hired in total. Some were colleagues of his that he'd been working with for a while. Some were maintenance workers, a few hired as private security. I was the only medical professional to be hired. Still a wonder to me how he even attained the funds necessary for the experiment. I wouldn't be wholly surprised if his financing was not entirely legal, but legal or not, I needed the money, and he was paying. Looking back, though, it's a decision I've come to regret. After Zimmerman attained his money, he used it to buy a relatively large plot of land deep in the frozen wilderness of Alaska, and upon that piece of land Zimmerman built a concrete structure not dissimilar to a bunker, in fact. The sole difference being that its goal was to keep any potential damage contained within the structure rather than keeping it out, as he put it. Most of the structure dug underneath the earth, which had the effect of making the underground complex seem so much smaller than it really was from the outside. As would be expected, there was only one way of entering and leaving the underground structure, and it was via a ladder that led from a small, unassuming concrete building on the surface, which I would refer to from now on as the entrance building for convenience, to the network below. After everyone had gone to bed at night, the hatch that contained the ladder would be sealed off with a very large and thick metal lid. Zimmerman was very strict about this. Located not too far away from the entrance building was a series of wooden cabins that would serve as the sleeping quarters for the staff Zimmerman had hired. Compared to the entrance building standing on the surface, the underground system was massive. At the center of the complex was the control room. This is where all the facility's electronics and such were linked to. This included security cameras, lights, and door controls, consoles, monitors, computers. They all lined the walls of this large central chamber. This is also where the ladder in the entrance building connected to in the underground complex. Connected to the control room were 3 doors. One that led to a smaller room that served as an infirmary, another led to a break room, and the last door led into the hallways. The hallways are where the complex began to feel extremely eerie. They were for some reason laid out in an extremely confusing scheme that led in circles and to complete dead ends. These hallways made up a vast majority of the complex, and it would be very easy to get lost in the maze if you were unfamiliar with the complex. But if you knew where you were going, you'd find yourself standing before one of 3 8-by-8-foot rooms before long. Each room had a camera hooked up to one of the corners of the room, and all 3 of those cameras were connected to a corresponding monitor in the control room. Cameras were also scattered throughout the hallways so that whoever was watching their corresponding monitor could see anywhere they wanted to, when they wanted to. Thick, metal doors stood at the entrance to each of the 3 8x8-foot rooms, and in order to open them, you'd have to enter a 4-digit code into a panel located near the door. I remember when I first arrived at the complex, how badly the hallways frightened me. I've always been claustrophobic, you see, and those hallways were very narrow. The noise, or more accurately, the lack of noise, was also a tremendous source of fear for me in those bleak, narrow hallways. It was always so unnaturally silent, as if the entire world had stopped moving. It really made you feel like you were trapped down there. Thankfully, though, I only rarely ventured into those hallways, for I was the only medical professional in the facility, and I had virtually no reason to go into them. So, in the beginning, I found it so peculiar that Zimmerman would ask for a medical professional like me on a project like this. But by the time it was all over, I understood why. The official purpose of the Harbinger Experiment was to test and observe the effects of extended isolation on the human mind. This is what was listed on reports being sent out, at least, but unbeknownst to all those who were not participating in the project, excluding the subjects, the true purpose was much darker. Like I said before, Zimmerman had always had an obsession with the occult and supernatural. He sought to prove himself to those who did not believe in him. He wanted physical proof that the supernatural was a real phenomenon. He wanted to be the first one to obtain said proof. The true purpose of the Harbinger Experiment was to find proof of the metaphysical, a world we couldn't see. The thought of doing this was naturally a tad bit daunting and even scary, but it was Zimmerman's method of doing so that was truly terrifying. Zimmerman believed that he'd be able to open a portal between worlds momentarily, allowing 3 random entities to cross over to our world, and each one of these beings would be trapped within one of the 3 rooms. Zimmerman had the theory that an entity would try and latch onto the nearest living thing that had the capacity for it. He wanted to use this technique to trap a spirit in a physical form by allowing it to enter a living being that had been injected with a compound mixture of Zimmerman's creation. In theory, this compound would keep the entity from simply leaving whatever it was attached to. The only way it'd be able to leave a host who had been injected with a compound was through death. According to Zimmerman, the host would have to be something living, with a will strong enough to survive the possession. And there's only one known species that possesses the amount of will required for this. Humans. Zimmerman had also done something to ensure the entities would only enter the 3 rooms, and that there would only be one entity in each room, though I can't say I know exactly what he did. In fact, I know next to nothing when it comes to how Zimmerman managed to do what he did. He liked to keep his methodology a secret to his most trusted colleagues, most likely due to his paranoia that someone would steal his ideas and take credit for the success of said ideas. If I had known that this was the true purpose before I signed up, I may have reconsidered. But Zimmerman decided not to tell us until we were all gathered at his fortress. Even if any of us wanted to leave, I doubt we would have been able to. The security team Zimmerman had hired was loyal to him and to the payout. It wasn't likely that Zimmerman had given them the order to now allow anyone to leave. There were 3 different subjects included in the experiment. All were native to Alaska, and each one was lured into the project under the belief that they would be participating in a harmless study in the effects of isolation on the human mind, as I mentioned before. Which is why none of the subjects objected when they realized they'd be confined to one of the 3 rooms that I mentioned earlier. The first subject was a young man. He was apparently out of work and desperately needing the money that had been offered for participating in the study. The second was a woman. By looking at her, I could tell she was an addict of some sort. The third and final subject was an older man, a drifter if I had to guess. One thing they all had in common was that none of them had any family or friends left. In short, no one would miss them, which is why they were chosen. I'm sorry, I wish I could supply more information about the subjects, but all of this has been drawn from memory, and I was given little information on the three to begin with. The experiment did not officially begin until 1987, 16 years after its original announcement. I was eager to begin, so I began packing up and headed to the complex as soon as I could. I arrived at the complex a week before the subjects had even signed up, and a whole month before the project even began. I was not the first to arrive by any means. When I got there, Zimmerman, his colleagues, and the security team had already arrived. I suppose you could say I was among the people Zimmerman did not trust to arrive first. Everyone had arrived about a week before the experiment began. There was a noticeable rift between those who were simply for the money, like me, and those who were followers of Zimmerman. On October 15th, 1987, all the preparations were in place. The subjects had been sealed in their rooms, the cameras, lights, and speakers were fully operational, and all the staff members had settled in. The time had come for the experiment to officially begin. Zimmerman asked everyone to report to the control room around 9 p.m. to witness the beginnings of the experiment. He wanted everyone to be present when he proved that all of his theories had been correct, and that he was not just a madman. He wanted us to see the fruits of his labor. When everyone had finally gathered in the large control room, Zimmerman turned to us and simply said, "Observe." He then turned his back to us, leaned into the microphone that would project his voice through the 3 rooms, and then he began chanting in a strange language that I feel certain no one but Zimmerman could understand. We all observed the 3 large monitors on the wall, silently waiting for something to happen. The subjects all stood in their room, dumbstruck by Zimmerman's chanting, staring at the monitors with confused expressions on their faces. After about 5 minutes, I felt something awful. I can't explain what exactly it was, but a horrible feeling of dread washed over me, riddling me with fear. It was then that the ground actually began to shake suddenly and the lights began to flicker. Zimmerman continued chanting into the microphone as if nothing was off or wrong, while the subjects began dashing around in their rooms, screaming for help. Then suddenly the ground stopped shaking and the monitor's images turned to static. The air began to become very heavy as we all stared at the monitors, waiting for them to regain their image and show us what was happening or had happened in those 3 rooms. For a while, all was silent. But then, there was screaming. The screams of a woman going through unbearable pain, and terror began to echo through the compound. The similar screams of men began to coincide with the woman's terrified screams, and together they mixed into an awful symphony of pain and fear that beat mercilessly into our ears. Those of us who were here for the money began to give each other scared looks, while those loyal to Zimmerman seemed completely unfazed. We wanted to leave and never come back to this awful place, but we all knew deep down that Zimmerman would never allow that to happen. We were here for the long haul. There was no escape. It was 10:13 p.m. when the screaming finally stopped. The monitors had yet to reveal to us what occurred in those 3 rooms. As soon as the screaming ended, Zimmerman stood and dismissed us all for the night, adding that we were all forbidden to come back to the compound until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. Not like any of us wanted to. We all solemnly made our way out of the compound and towards the cabins and settled in for the night. I feel it's safe to say that not all of us slept well that night, and I was not one of them. The following morning, all the staff had arrived at the entrance building. We all stood inside, exchanging tired or nervous looks as we waited for Zimmerman to arrive and open the hatch that concealed the ladder. I could see palpable fear in the eyes of some of us, while others did not seem to have been remotely affected by what happened last night. Zimmerman showed up 5 minutes after 10, apologizing for his tardiness as he came through the door of the entrance building. He opened the hatch and, without any hesitation, began descending the ladder downwards into the dark abyss. He almost seemed enthusiastic. I was the first to follow behind Zimmerman's dark descent into the facility. It seemed that the farther I climbed down, the more the darkness closed in on me, as if it was trying to swallow me whole. And as I climbed deeper, I couldn't help but feel that this place was different, somehow. While before there was only the unsettling concrete hallways and rooms, now there was something else. Something made the eeriness feel so real and personified. It felt like a horrible and gruesome scene awaited us down there, but I continued climbing downward. Despite my fear and my hesitation, this was no longer just a spooky bunker. There was darkness and malevolence in the air. A true evil now lived here, and I could feel it. We all could. I finally felt my foot touch ground and let out a silent sigh of relief to be on solid ground. Almost as if, on cue, the light bulbs came alive, dousing the room in their warm and welcome light. Zimmerman must have turned on the power, I thought. I allowed myself to take a couple of seconds to examine the control room. It was exactly as we had left it last night, for which I gave a silent and thankful prayer. It was almost as if nothing unusual had ever happened. I shook myself from my thoughts as I remembered the static-filled monitors from the night before. I let my eyes slowly make their way towards the monitors on the wall, anticipating the grim and fearful scenes that would be on them. My attention was first grabbed by Monitor 1 and 3, which were still pure static. It would have been a small relief, but then the motionless image on Monitor 2 caught my eye. Room 2 was entirely still, and everything seemed entirely untouched. I couldn't help but gasp as I noticed the only thing that was different. The woman lay in the center of the small concrete room, an expression of fear and terror frozen into her gaunt face. She lay silent and lifeless on her back. Zimmerman's expression turned angry when he saw this. He ordered that second monitor be turned off, and it was. We didn't ask why. It's not like any of us wanted to see the dreadful scene any longer. He also ordered that if the images in Monitor 1 and 3 did not return within the next 2 hours, the security team would be sent to investigate the rooms. The security team nodded at hearing this. They made it seem as if they had no fear, but I could see it in their eyes. The subtly loud tick-tock of the clock was the only sound that echoed throughout the control room while I stared at the monitors. An hour and 50 minutes had gone by, and static was still all that occupied Monitor 1 and 3. All the other staff members were working except me, and this was due to the fact that the project had been completely injury-free thus far, so I essentially had nothing to do but wait for someone to hurt themselves. Zimmerman, a couple of his colleagues, and I were the only ones that occupied the room. They quietly chatted amongst each other on the other side of the room, while I spent my time reading and pondering the situation I currently found myself in. I had clearly made a mistake coming here. The corpse lying in Room 2 was evidence enough of this. And God only knew what awaited us in Rooms 1 and 3. My thoughts were soon interrupted as Monitor 3's image returned. The clear image now displayed on the screen made everyone's eyes noticeably widen. What was displayed on the monitor was horrifying. A humanoid thing stood in the center of the room, staring directly at the camera, unmoving. It was wearing the jumpsuit that Subject 3 had been issued, but this clearly was not the same man that had entered the room. What caught my attention first was its eyes. They were solid black and twice the size of normal human eyes. They seemed so endless and cold. Its head had also grown with the eyes in such a symmetrical and unsettling manner. That being had also shed all of the hair it once had, and even from the monitor I could see how unnaturally smooth and clear its skin was. It had also seemingly grown in height and stature, which could be seen in the fact that the jumpsuit was now obviously far too small for its wearer. Its limbs had grown especially long. Its arms hung almost as low as the creature's knees. What we were looking at was in no way the same man we had sent inside. Fear. Fear was all I felt as I continued to stare into the monitor at the thing in the room, and my fear seemed to be shared by those around me, which made me feel kind of good. And it may sound awful, but it was a bit satisfying to see that Zimmerman and his colleague could feel fear too. But at the same time, it was worrying because this showed this was not part of Zimmerman's plan. Something had gone wrong. We all stared into the monitor at the thing despite our fears. It was almost as if we were in a trance. My already present fear began to grow and spread rapidly through my body as I became lost in the creature's eyes, trapped in its horrifyingly hypnotic gaze. After what felt like forever, I managed to break eye contact with the creature and divert my attention from the monitor, and when I did so, I felt my fear levels drop considerably. After a short while, Zimmerman ordered his security team to make their way to Subject 1's door just as he said that he would do. The security team left without question, armed only with batons and pistols. I focused my attention on watching the men progress through the hallways, toward Subject 1's room via the cameras. Even through the not-so-high-quality cameras, it wasn't hard to tell that these men were afraid of what awaited them. Their heads were downcast as they walked. They didn't possess the same confidence within them that they did when this project began. They looked like scared little boys being sent off to a terrible war. Eventually, they made it to the door. We had perfect vision of them and the door via the hallway camera. One of them said something through one of their walkie-talkies and made a motion towards the camera. In response, one of Zimmerman's colleagues buzzed the door open. The men already had their pistols out by the time the button was pushed. Slowly, the door began to open. We all watched eagerly as the men began to approach the door, guns aimed inside. And suddenly, without warning, there was a loud shriek, and as something bounded out of the room at the men, the monitor turned to static. Immediately, we could hear screaming echoing down the halls, followed shortly after by the distinct sound of gunshots. We could do nothing but wait. After a couple of minutes, the screaming and gunshots stopped. We all waited and prayed, hoping that whatever bounded at them from the room would not be the one to return to the control room. And after a couple more minutes, 3 of the men came back, carrying with them the corpse of the 4th. He had massive cuts covering his chest, and his face was shredded. You couldn't even tell who he was anymore, or even that he was human. I was used to gore being a doctor and all, so I felt somewhat unfazed by the mass of shredded flesh and bloodied meat they carried with them. But many of the others went pale and vomited. The security team all wore motionless expressions and eyes filled with terror. One of the men finally looked up at us. He stared at us for a while with those wide eyes of his. "It's dead," he finally managed to mutter in a shaken and scared voice. A couple of hours went by. The dead man's name was Frank. He was buried outside in the cold Alaskan ground. 2 of the men were unharmed physically, at least. The third was alive, but only barely. His body was covered in bloody slashes, and one of his eyes had been gouged out. I managed to stabilize him, but only just. The other 2 men vaguely explained what happened. Apparently, Subject 1 leaped out of Frank after the door had opened, only it wasn't really Subject 1 anymore. According to them, it had a hideously contorted face and long, sharp claws. They claimed to have shot it over a dozen times before it fell dead. And then they emptied another dozen bullets into it, just to be sure it was really dead. Only once it was dead did they come back. After tending to the wounded men, I went to investigate the monitors. As afraid as I was of seeing what those monitors may have held, I needed to see. Subject 3 was the only one left now, and I needed to see it and make sure the creature was still in his room. It seemed to be more like a jail cell than an ordinary room at this point, though, which was probably a good thing. The cameras displaying Subject 1's room and the hallway outside it still depicted a static-filled screen. No one was sent to repair them or investigate. We just had to hope that Subject 1 was well and truly dead. Monitor 3's image was exactly the same as I had left it. Subject 3 was still staring directly into the camera at us. He was still in the exact same position, and if not for the small fan in the corner of the room, I would think that I was looking at a still image. In a way, I felt relief at seeing this. Relief that he was still in his room, hadn't escaped while no one was looking. After everything quieted down, I noticed something especially unusual. There was a strange sound emanating from somewhere. At first, it was barely noticeable. The only reason I heard it was because of how extremely quiet it was in the infirmary. But as time went by, it slowly began to increase in volume. After about an hour, it was loud enough that everyone else could hear it too. And after a couple more hours, its volume had increased so much that we could determine what the noise was. It was a song. One of the staff members identified it as "Living in the Sunlight" by Tiny Tim. Apparently his father loved this song, listened to it frequently. The song seemed to be on a loop and kept replaying itself. Although we were able to identify the noise, we remained unable to identify its source. We knew that it wasn't coming from the speakers because we had turned them off. It seemed to be emitting from the walls themselves. More time ticked by as we all began to become increasingly agitated by the song. I spent most of my time in the infirmary attending to Frank or in the control room. Fear hung in the air, and the presence of unmistakable darkness and evil was no doubt its source. Subject 3 still hadn't moved. He had kept his unblinking gaze fixed on the camera the entire time. It always felt like he was staring directly at me, no matter where I was in the room. I think this effect was also felt by others due to the fact they seemed to move around the room a lot, and for seemingly no reason. After a few hours, the song was so loud that people almost had to shout in order to communicate. We'd been trying to find its source so that we could turn the song off, but it was to no avail. The source was completely unidentifiable. This added a level of extreme irritation to our already very present fear. It was around 8:30 that the ground itself began to shake once again, just as it had done the previous night. Panic began to spread amongst my fellow employees and me as the shaking grew in intensity. During this, I had the sudden instinctual feeling to look over at Subject 3's monitor, and it was gone. Almost as if on cue, the power went out, and thankfully, the song did as well. Ever since the security team came back, panic had been slowly building up amongst the staff, and Zimmerman was powerless to stop it. When the lights went out, the calm projections that everyone had been trying to maintain left us, and the fear in all of our hearts took over. The emergency backup lights kicked on shortly after the power went out, which I gave a silent thank you prayer for. The lights were dim, but they still allowed me to see a lot. Total panic seized us as many of our fellow staff members began screaming and rushing to the ladder in an attempt to escape. Too many were trying to use it at once, and no one was able to get very far on the ladder without someone else pulling them to the floor and taking their place. Zimmerman was shouting for everyone to calm down, but his dominating and intimidating personality had no effect here, and his demands fell on deaf ears. It was total chaos. It wasn't long until people actually started hurting each other in a desperate attempt to get up that ladder and out of this place. I could only stand against the wall and wait for my opportunity to escape up the ladder. All the screams were soon silenced as the familiar hum of that unsettling song began to rise in volume again, only much quicker this time. And this time, it was clear that the noise was coming directly from the maze-like corridors. People stopped fighting and shouting as their attention shifted to the door that led into the hallways. The song quickly got louder than it had ever been before, which forced many of us to cup our ears with our hands in an attempt to silence the noise. And then suddenly the song just completely stopped. Silence. That was all that filled the room as we all stared at the thick metal door in anticipation for what was coming. It felt like ages had gone by, but in reality it was probably only seconds before the silence was broken. The door suddenly and violently burst open, and the music started again, louder than it had ever been before. The suddenness and the volume of this caused many of us to recoil by falling to the ground and grabbing our ears in an attempt to block out the noise. I glanced up for just a second, and in the doorway stood a tall, smooth-skinned figure with long limbs and eyes so dark and malevolent you could clearly see them in the dim lighting. After I got my bearings, I looked upwards at the creature once again, just in time to see the thing pick up and rip Zimmerman in half in one fluid motion, dousing the room and everyone in it in his blood, intestines, and organs. I was no stranger to gore, but the sight of that was too much for me to bear. I hunched over immediately after seeing this and vomited all over the cold cement floor. The ladder was my only hope for survival, I thought to myself, as I forced myself to a standing position, and as my eyes rose along with the rest of me, I could see the thing ripping and tearing through the people as they scattered in an attempt to escape. I was so distracted, and as awful as it sounds, this was my only chance to get up that ladder. I forced my legs to move towards the ladder, trying to block out the terrified screams of my fellow staff members and the unbearably loud music. I could hear gunshots coinciding with the screams and terrified sounds of flesh being ripped apart somewhere in the mess of noise. I reached my hands outward and felt a wave of relief wash over me as my fingers came into contact with the hard metal rungs of the ladder. I gripped them and began to climb upwards as quickly as I could in my disoriented state, all the while praying the monster would not see me and pull me off the ladder and back into the slaughter. It felt like at any moment I'd feel one of its smooth hands wrap around my ankles and pull me to my death, but I eventually made it to the top. There was no question in my mind. I had to close the hatch and seal the thing down there. Even if it meant certain death for my colleagues, I couldn't allow that thing to escape. I gripped the thick metal lid and I began to push with all of my might in an attempt to seal the underground complex off. Despite how dense and sturdy it was, the lid was surprisingly easy to move and didn't take very much effort to push over the hatch, even in my weakened state. And in seconds, the hatch was completely covered by the dense metal lid. I collapsed on my side and began to vomit some more as exhaustion overtook me. And as I laid there, I realized something. Aside from my labored breaths, the only thing I could hear was the faint echo of that song from down below. I felt as though I'd lose more of my sanity if I continued to lay there, listening to that song. So I once again forced myself to my feet and began to make my way to the wooden lodge that I had stayed in the previous night. It's where I left my baggage and also where I left the keys to my truck. Of the 15 staff members that took part in that forsaken experiment, I'm the only one who survived. I've never returned to the awful place where all this happened. I don't intend to. The project was very secretive, and Zimmerman was the only one who knew all the details of it. And as far as I know, no one's aware of my involvement aside from me. In fact, I'm probably the only one who knows what the Harbinger Experiment truly was, let alone what actually happened. By now, you're probably wondering why I've told all of you about something none of you should be aware of. I mean, maybe you're expecting me to give you a speech about not messing with things you don't understand, or something along those lines. I hope not, for I don't have a speech to give or a lesson to impart. I began hearing a noise earlier today. Almost immediately, I recognized the noise as a very haunting and familiar song. I didn't even try to trace it to its source. I knew it would be pointless, and as the day had progressed, the song had increased in volume. Loud enough now that I can very clearly make out the lyrics. I'm completely unable to escape Tiny Tim's voice. It's followed me everywhere I've gone. Subject 3 is coming for me. And I know my time left in this world is extremely limited now. I guess you could say that I just wanted to tell the tale of the Harbinger Experiment before it was lost forever. I hope that you take some lesson from what I've recounted to you, but I think we both know that you won't. I mean, let's be honest. You don't believe a word of what I just told you, and I don't blame you. I wouldn't believe me if I were you. To you, this is nothing more than something you get cheap thrills from. You're probably mindlessly surfing the internet while you click a link and find yourself here. Wherever here may be. And to be honest, I don't care if you believe me or not. Even if you do, it probably won't stop you from trying to uncover the truth of a darkness that few of us have ever seen. Certainly never stopped Zimmerman. If you want a lesson, look at what happened to him when he went seeking the truth. I pray that none of you will ever discover this truth. I pray that none of you ever have to see the evil that I've seen. And I hope you all get to live in ignorance of what lies beyond the veil, of what we can actually understand. It's here now. I could feel its black eyes burning into me, just as I could all those years ago. I'm as much to blame as Zimmerman is for the monstrosity that's now free to roam the world, even if I was not the one to create it. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. They gave me $1 million to keep my trap shut. And I did. For 15 years. Last year I was making the rounds and I saw the professor again. I had a heart attack 3 years back, and I tell you, when I saw him standing there in front of room 204, I felt another one coming on. He turned and smiled. It was like he hadn't aged a day in 15 years. "Hey there, Chief," he said. And that was it. I dropped my clipboard on the ground and hightailed it out of there, never looking back. What I'm about to tell you is liable to make me sound crazier than a 3-horned goat, but I promise you, there's crazier things out there. The cops don't believe me. The official story is that the professor and those students died 15 years ago. Room 204 just up and exploded, they said. Damnedest thing. And there's some truth there. The room did explode. But it wasn't an accident. We knew exactly what we were doing. Or we thought we did. They call me an assistant supervisor of maintenance, but really, I'm a janitor. Always have been. You might wonder why I'm still at it after getting that $1 million. That dough's for Junior, so he didn't have to go through the same shit that I did. The night this happened, I was assigned to the Astrophysics Center, a bit northwest of the main Harvard campus. Until that night, this was always my favorite beat. I mean, God help you if you wound up in one of those biolabs. These goddamn dead, cut open animals all over the place used to give me nightmares. And really, thinking back, I take those nightmares of mutilated and scattered organs any night over the stuff that's haunted me ever since. Anyway, I was there mopping the hallway on the second floor of the lab building when the door to room 204 opened up. And this guy popped his head out. Hey, you. He looked around to make sure that he was talking to me. Yeah? Can I help you, sir? I thought he was going to bitch about the room being a mess or something. How'd you like to make $1,000, Chief? An hour's work at most, easy money. That sound good to you? You sure did. Things were tight at home, as they always were. 1,000 would knock off some of those long overdue bills, but I was also on a tight schedule. They didn't give you much breathing room, didn't want you standing around thinking about it all, I guess. That sounds great, sir, I said. But I gotta stick to my beat. The man laughed. We're about to make history, Chief, he said. And you're worried about emptying the bathroom trash? Come on, don't sweat it. You won't get in trouble, I promise. I'm a professor here. I'll vouch for you. The guy did look like a professor, with carefully combed gray hair, big old glasses on his face. I shrugged, leaning my mop against the wall, and said, sure. What do I have to do? Fantastic. Come on in, Chief. Come on in. I followed him into the room. One look, and I should have just turned around then and there, told him to keep his damn money, but I didn't. As soon as I stepped in, I felt the little hairs all over my body stand up. I don't mean I was scared. I mean, like there was an electrical charge in that room, and I had a guess about where it was coming from. There, in the center of the room on a round table, was a large glass globe, crackling with electricity, like what you see if you go into a kid's science museum. Like they somehow created a lightning storm in a glass ball. This one was sort of vibrating around on its stand and buzzing, and the lightning inside was black. I could feel the electricity coming from it from across the room. There were 4 kids there, students, I guessed, sitting in a row of chairs along one wall. More than sitting, they were strapped into those chairs with metal things over their heads, like those big bowl things you see at hair salons. They all had their eyes closed. I said, what's going on here? Are those kids okay? They're quite fine, said the professor. As to what's going on, as I said, we're about to make some history. We're going to open the first wormhole. Wormhole, I said, like in the movies? The professor laughed. I suppose so, Chief, he said. Now listen, we had a last-minute cancellation, but that's okay because it's an easy job. We're going to be kicking those things off here shortly, and once they are properly kicked off, the wormhole will open. I'll enter, and if I'm not back in 30 minutes, you're going to pull that lever there, and this will close the wormhole. I looked to where he was pointing, at a big red lever attached to a giant whirring machine that was hooked up to the metal bowls over the students' heads. But, won't you be trapped on the other side of the wormhole? I asked. Not that I had the slightest idea about what the hell was going on. Just so, Chief, said the professor. We've got this down to two possibilities. One, the wormhole opens up to what we're calling the second universe. The best way that I can explain this possibility is that there's a different reality that exists on the other side of this one, the other side of an invisible wall. The wormhole will provide a door in that wall. And the other possibility, that the wormhole will open to a place that man was not meant to go. 30 minutes will give me enough time to get in and out, if the first possibility is true. And if it's the second, then you'll close the hole with that lever, and my students will destroy my work. This was all way above my pay grade, and my head was spinning. Why only two possibilities? How the hell did they come up with those two? And if this was real, why the hell would the professor take a coin-toss chance of getting stuck in the place that man was not meant to go? I mean, those were just starter questions amongst the swarm that was buzzing around my head. I see that you have some reservations, said the professor. I assure you that your only job is to pull that lever after 30 minutes. That's it, Chief. We'll take care of the rest. Anything that happens isn't on you. Documentation's quite in order. He tapped a foot that was sitting on the circular table. And here, write your check right now before we proceed. As he wrote out the check, I wondered if it would still be valid if he got swallowed up by the wormhole. I actually had that thought, as crazy as it sounds. It was still also weird and abstract to me at that point. Here, he said, handing me over the check. Let's do it, Chief. As soon as I enter the hole, give me exactly 30 minutes. On the dot. It's all you have to do. I took the check, mumbled, thanks, and watched as he walked over to the machine. He pulled the lever. There was a loud crackling sound, and I watched in unease as one by one, the students' eyes shot open. There were no pupils there, like their eyes were rolled back in their sockets. Hey now, I said, taking a step towards the machine. They're quite fine, said the professor. I assure you. Their jaws started to move like they were grinding their teeth. The professor took a jar of neon blue liquid from a shelf on the wall. He unscrewed the lid and poured the stuff over the electric globe on the round table. The thing started going crazy, and then the globe shattered completely, bits of glass flying through the air as shoots of black lightning zapped out into the room. I ducked down. I had enough by then and was ready to get the hell out of there. And then it happened. A fucking black hole appeared in the middle of the room, sucking in the bolts of electricity. It grew larger and larger until it took up half the room. All I could hear was this rushing sound, like the world's largest vacuum cleaner running at full throttle. Remember, Chief? Shouted the professor with a wild look on his face. 30 minutes! Exactly! And then he stepped into the thing and was gone. At first, my mind was a mess, staring at that whooshing black hole that seemed hungry to suck everything in. I looked at the kids hooked up to the machine, their eyes rolled back, white holes. I guess they looked like their jaws grinding away like crazy. It's too much to make sense of. I looked down at my watch. 15 minutes, 31 seconds had gone since the professor got swallowed up by that wormhole. My heart was pounding, and I kept pacing back and forth, trying to work out what the hell was going on. Then I started to zero in on it. I was getting pranked. Not a prank like we used to do as kids, setting dog shit on someone's front porch and all that idiocy. I mean, a prank like the sophisticated college folks do, where they tell you something's going on, but the whole point is to just observe your reaction, a psychological experiment. Probably cameras in here watching me right now, see what I do. 12 minutes to go. I saw a trickle of blood coming down from one of the kids' noses. I leaned down to look at him closely. He was shaking a bit all over. If I throw that lever, this'll all probably stop. Maybe that was the test. I had to decide between trapping the professor in the black hole and saving the kids hooked up to the machines. None of it was real, of course, but they didn't know that I knew that. But then screaming in the back of my mind was the voice, what if it's real? 10 minutes to go. The professor had promised me that the kids were all right. Another one started bleeding from the nose. If it wasn't real, it was a hell of a trick. Where did the professor go if not through the black hole? I thought about touching it, but whenever I got close, I was filled with total terror. It sure seemed real, like it really took you someplace far, far away from here. I walked over to the table and picked up the folder that was there, just like the professor had said. The first page was instructions to shut down the machine and destroy it if you didn't return within 30 minutes. I flipped that page over, and the next one had a photograph of one of the students. I read what it said. It was a consent form. I, Jackson Stewart, acknowledge the possibility of my imminent death if I participate in this experiment. I am prepared to give my life to science. I flipped that page, and there were 3 more just like it. I'm no lawyer, but there was no way in hell that this experiment was legal, if it was real, even with those consent forms, so it probably wasn't real? And if it was, then the professor lied to me. He said that the kids were fine. This folder was telling me something else. 2 minutes to go. I took a deep breath and paced the room, watching each second tick by. My mind was telling me that none of it was real, but my gut was screaming in horror. I just looked at my watch. It'd be over soon enough one way or the other. 30 seconds. I walked over to the machine and I put my hand on the lever. God damn it, why is he cutting it so close? I watched the seconds tick by and I didn't know if I could do it. I didn't know if I could risk trapping the professor wherever the hell he'd gone off to. 5 seconds. My hand was shaking. 4 seconds. Sweat poured down my face, dripping into my eyes. 3 seconds. One of the students started to moan. The one I saw was named Jackson in the folder. 2 seconds. Oh God. Oh God, oh God, oh God. 1 second. Jackson started to shake. 0 seconds. Shit. I tensed my muscle to pull the lever. One look at Jackson and I knew I had to pull it. He was violently jerking around now. Wait! I snapped my neck around to see the professor's head sticking out of the black hole. Wait, damn it! Then his shoulders were through. I turned back to Jackson. Blood was pouring out of his eyes. I'm almost through! A second kid started to shake. 1 more second! I looked to see that the professor was through. He was back in the room. Do it! He shouted. 2 things happened after that at the exact same time. I heard a wet popping sound and I watched as the wormhole disappeared. As though it was never there. But I had never pulled the lever. I slowly turned to look at Jackson. His head was gone. Judging by the bits of brain and splatterings of blood on the bowl thing above his neck, his head had just exploded. The whirring of the machine gradually died down, and then it was silent. The 3 kids who were still alive stopped shaking and closed their eyes. A tragedy, said the professor, pointing at Jackson with the exploded head. But not for nothing. I've been there. I've seen it. Chief, we've done it. Chief, I've seen it. I hunched over and puked. It was weird, but my first thought was, what a mess I'll have to clean up later. I don't know, I guess my mind sort of shut down and I was going on autopilot. I was the janitor. I cleaned up messes. That was all I knew. And then it hit me. The reality of what had happened. You son of a bitch, I yelled. You told me those kids would be okay. The professor put this sickening smug grin on his face. You would have been, Chief, had you pulled the lever at the 30-minute mark as instructed. You told me to wait. Did I? Yes. You fucker, I'm calling the police. I had a walkie clipped to my belt. It wouldn't get me the police, but it would get me campus security. I reached for it and had it in my hand when I heard a groan behind me. I turned to see that it was one of the kids. They were waking up. I went to unstrap them from the chairs. The first kid's eyes blinked open, and when she saw the professor, she started screaming. It's okay, I said. Shh, it's okay, it's all over. She kept screaming, and then the second kid woke up. He looked right at me with wide, terrified eyes. "Get us out of here!" he shouted. "I'm working on it, kid," I said, fumbling with the straps. "They're on tight." The third kid woke up. "It's here," she said. "It made it through." "Everything's okay now," I said. "Your friend, he didn't make it, I'm afraid, but it's over. I'll make sure the professor pays for what he did to you and your friends." The first kid was still screaming at the top of her lungs. "Get us out of here!" shouted the second kid again. The third kid looked at me dead in the eyes in a totally calm voice and said, "That's not the professor." "What? Of course it is," I said. What I saw when I turned around to look at the professor, it'll haunt me forever. The professor's mouth was twisting around at odd angles, like something was moving the lower half of his jaw randomly, or like he was trying to get a hair out of his mouth that kept jumping around. The veins on his neck bulged, then sunk back down, then bulged again so that they were thick as ropes. His wrists were rotating in ways they weren't supposed to rotate, as his arms flailed around wildly. I had the first kid, the screaming one, free. She jumped up out of the chair and ran to the door, but her legs were wobbly, and she tripped over herself in the middle of the room. I went to work on the second kid, whipping my head around every second to look at the professor. It looked like there was something crawling around under his skin, something big. "Get us out of here!" the second kid shouted yet again. The first kid, still on the ground screaming, I worked away furiously on the straps. "If you believe in God," said the third kid with an eerie calm, "then pray." I took a glance at the professor, and that's when the first bone burst out of his chest through his suit. I call it a bone, but it was pure black, dripping with green slime. "As for me," said the third kid, "I don't believe that there's a God. Not after what I've seen." The second kid was free and made a run for it. I scooted over to the third kid, but watched as the professor reached out an arm and grabbed the second kid by the top of his head. The professor gave one quick twist and let go. I heard a terrible snap, and the kid slumped to the ground, dead. 3 more black bones came out of the professor's chest, dripping. He laughed and bent down to the first kid, who was still screaming. His bones began to poke out of his back like a fucking stegosaurus from hell. "What is that thing?" I asked, as I fumbled with the straps of the last kid. "It doesn't belong here," said the kid. "No shit," I said, getting one strap free, "but what is it?" "Comes from a terrible place. A place where there's nothing save pain, endless pain, incomprehensible to our minds." "Oh, that's great," I muttered as I noticed with a sinking heart that the screams from the girl behind me had stopped. And then I heard a wet crunch. Oh, I couldn't help it. I looked to see the professor tearing into the poor girl's throat with long black fangs dripping in green slime. I turned back to the kid, almost done with the straps. "Just a few more seconds." "What's your name anyway, kid?" "Claire." "Claire," I said, my mind trying to stay focused. "When I get you out of these straps, I want you to pick up this chair and throw it at that thing, okay? I'll do the same thing, okay? And then we make a run for it. Do you understand? Can you do that?" "I understand," said Claire. "I do hope it works." I did hope it worked, too. "We have to make it work, Claire," I said, yanking off the last strap. "Come on!" We stood up together, and I reached over to pick up a chair. I hurled it at the professor with all my strength, and it shattered against his boned back. I heard a terrible shriek and then watched as Claire's chair followed behind. I grabbed Claire's arm with one hand and reached for my pocket knife with the other. The only way out of that room meant passing by the professor. We started running as I pulled the knife out and flicked it open. The professor stood still, shrieking as the green slime mixed with the red blood from the kid's throat and dripping down his chin. I took a wild stab at the professor's neck and connected. I kept running with Claire, leaving the knife stuck in the professor's neck, and made it to the door. I had my hand around the knob when I felt Claire pulling away from me. I looked back, helpless, as I saw the professor reach long black claws into her gut. I threw open the door and left her there. God, I left her there. I made it outside of the lab building somehow, I don't remember how. My mind sort of just shut down as I ran like hell, I guess. I did have the presence to go around and lock all the doors from the outside. And I got on the radio to the campus security and told them, "You guys need to get the police over to the Astrophysics Center fucking ASAP. There's a fucking massacre in there." The front door started to rattle, and I heard that That god-awful shriek again. "Repeat," said a voice over the walkie. "Look," I said, "call up Lawrence Summers right now!" The president of Harvard at the time, and I seen us sign the papers in the folder with all the other consent forms. "Tell him the wormhole experiment's gone way fuck south." The rattling of the door stopped. I only prayed that the thing didn't figure out it could just break a window and crawl out that way. "This is the janitor, right?" said a different voice on the other end of the walkie. "This is a joke? The wormhole experiment? Have you been drinking?" "Call Lawrence Summers. If you don't, I promise that you'll never be able to live with yourself. Do it now!" There was a horrible pause. I heard the professor trying the side door now, shrieking once again. 10-4. The fleet of black SUVs pulled up 2 minutes later. A team of heavily armed men jumped out and ran past me, breaking through windows, jumping inside. I heard a stream of gunfire and screams. So many screams. And the professor's horrible shrieks. After a while, it was quiet. A second team of men jumped through the broken windows. I didn't hear more gunshots. I felt a hand on my shoulder and whipped around. A man was standing there. I don't remember a single thing about what he looked like, but I remember our conversation. "Tell me what happened," he said. I told him the full story. Same one that I've just told you. "We're preparing to give you a lot of money to sign an NDA. NDA. Non-disclosure agreement. It means that you can never tell anybody about what happened here tonight." "How much?" $1 million. And a promotion. The man paused. "You mean you still want to work? Work here? After tonight?" "Somebody's going to clean up the shit," I said. "Fine. Of course. And one more thing." "And what's that?" asked the man. "I want to know that this will never happen again. I want you to blow all that shit up and burn all of those notes." "Of course." "And I want to watch." "Of course," said the man. And so I thought it was over. But it's not. Last night I saw the professor again. He looked me right in the eyes. He flashed that smug grin. He said, "Hey there, Chief." And that's when I ran the hell out of there. The police don't believe me. I sent a dozen emails to Lawrence Summers' assistant. I called every number that I found listed for him. I haven't heard anything back. I don't know who else to turn to. I'm afraid the professor is going to open the wormhole again. And I'm afraid this time, he might bring his friends back with him. What better way to overcome your fears than to chase them head on? That's been my motto throughout my whole life. When I was 5, my father locked me inside a room full of spiders to show me that they were nothing to be afraid of. And it worked. After day 3, I was no longer scared of the 8-legged creatures that used to haunt my dreams. That's why I've decided to dedicate my life to helping others overcome their truest fears, the things that haunt their nightmares, waking or asleep. After a few years of trial and error, I finally created a program that would surely help. At least, that's what it was intended for. The reality of it turned out to be much more sinister. On July 8th, 6 people signed up for my new study. They were all healthy young adults who were eager to overcome their fears, while also looking forward to the generous lump sum of money that was offered as a reward upon completion. On paper, their fears were typical phobias. Nothing too out there. What I didn't expect was the lies that each of them told. I've kept their journals from the study, and I'll transcribe them below.
Day 1. I'm supposed to write in this journal for the results of some experiment put on by a psychologist. He runs this place and has this mirror that he thinks will expose me to my greatest fear. Have to say, I'm doubtful. He gave some explanation about the amygdala and the fear response in the brain, which I sort of understood from my psychology classes and random Google searches I've done. I'm a Googler. I'm supposed to be writing down my experiences with my fear of germs. I have been diagnosed with your stereotypical OCD, cleanliness obsessions fueled by extreme germophobia. My host led me to the mirror expectantly and wiped off the white cloth cover with a flourish. In the mirror, I realized on first glance how I look like my father. A memory overlaid my vision momentarily. Spotless white floors, marred only by a spot of blood that had dripped unnoticed from my blistered hands. My father's disapproving face as he raised his belt one more time. His words echoed once more in my mind, punctuated by further blows, words I dare not repeat that make me shrink inwardly, as I did then as a child. A touch on my arm startled me out of my dazed state, yanking me back to the present. "You all right, John? Do you have a journal?" The question surprised me. I just told him I hadn't had one in years. A grin split his face as he walked to a cabinet and opened a drawer with several small books, journals, not identical but similar enough. He grabbed one with an uneven black cover with scales and handed it to me. I decided not to ask why he would have multiple journals sitting around in a desk drawer. "Write in it. I'd be interested to read what your experience is." So here I am, not feeling much different, laying on my bed while my wife Olivia sleeps. Day 2. I didn't sleep too well last night. My dreams were much the same as my memory that had risen as I looked in the mirror. I saw my father's face once more, but it was different than I had remembered. His face was contorted, but not in anger, but in terror. What could a man so terrible be afraid of? I'll write more later. 11:08 p.m., same day. I don't know what to say. My 6-year-old son was being hyper, and I've been plagued by constant pressure in my head. Some kind of migraine. Everything today seemed designed to piss me off. Bright lights, noise. It never seemed to end. Olivia was nitpicky. It finally hit a breaking point when Tyson wouldn't go to bed at 8, like he should. I found myself getting more and more angry. I feel like screaming now. Tyson was being so defiant, and my anger only grew and grew, until I ended up yanking him off the couch by his feet. He hit his head on the wooden floor of our living room. I stopped when I saw blood, and he started crying. I sadly picked him up and carried him to his room. When Olivia asked why Tyson was crying, I told her that he had slipped and hit his head. Had I really hurt my own child, my own son? I laid on the floor, feeling like retching the darkness from my soul. What was happening to me? This isn't about cleanliness at all. I just lied to my own wife. Day 3. The guilt is overwhelming, but I can't stop myself from hurting my son when he disobeys. My wife never seems to take notice. The morning after I hurt him, he woke up and acted as if nothing had happened. When asked how he felt, he said, "I don't feel so good. I better be more careful in the hardwood. It's so easy to slip." He didn't remember a thing. I'll admit I have begun hurting him more to see if he will remember. I want to get caught, to be punished for what I've done, for what I'm doing, but the consequences never seem to come. I killed a man. I was walking out at 3 p.m. trying to run from the decay of my morals, running from the truth of my dissent. I don't sleep anymore. The shame and desperation keep me awake all night. I saw a man walking and realized that if I was to be punished and stopped, I needed to do something more drastic. It was the only way. I took out my keys and in cold blood stabbed the man in the neck. I called the police to confess and held my bloody keys in hand until they arrived. I did it. I killed him. Take me away. They walked past me as if they didn't see me and rushed to the body. We need to find who did this. This was brutal. Nothing works. I am a monster, a ravenous wolf who walks among blind lambs. The things I have done to break this spell, I wish I could undo everything. My conscience is dull, though. I should care, but I don't. The wind blows over the deep hole in my soul. I can almost hear a whistle howling. I killed my father. Now I realize the man at the Airbnb was right. I have faced my worst fear. It wasn't germs, or even general uncleanliness. After I shoved my father's head in the oven on high heat, his body thrashing, his face showed the pure terror that I had seen that first night after I hit my son. My fingers shake as I write this. I am not my father. I am much worse than he ever was.
Day 1. I woke up feeling really heavy this morning. I had a bad dream again last night. I think it is the after effect of that weird experiment I went to yesterday. There was something off about that place. I shouldn't have volunteered, but I can't blame myself for it. Being a primary school teacher doesn't pay much. Volunteering for that science experiment, I earned $1,000 in 12 hours. I was all right when I came home that night. It was pretty late, so I skipped dinner as usual and went to bed. I wish I hadn't. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw myself trapped inside a huge glass box. I couldn't find a way out, and I am sure if I'm stuck in that box for a few more minutes, I'd have no oxygen to breathe. I tried to shout for help again, but nothing but air came out of my mouth. I felt helpless. I tried moving my hands, banging the glass wall. Again, nothing happened. It was a different level of anxiety. I felt like I was losing all my senses. This has to be my imagination, but how I feel right now is real in my mind. Suddenly, I heard a loud noise and wake up. It's 7 a.m. Day 2. I have to keep writing this journal. Things are getting crazier with each second. I am definitely hallucinating. Today, I saw a terrifying creature lurking in the corner of the classroom. I went to the teacher's washroom to splash some water on my face. When I opened my eyes, the water coming out of the tap was red. What the hell? I looked again and it was transparent. I looked at the mirror. I was shocked to see the monstrous creature behind my back. I looked back, it wasn't there. I looked in the mirror, again, there it was, looking right into my eyes. What was happening? Is this what he meant when he said you will face your deepest fear? I took the rest of the day off and went home. I was exhausted, but can't sleep. I am terrified of the suffocating feeling of being trapped and losing my identity. It's just like when I was dating John. He was too clingy and needy. It was as if I was losing myself into that relationship. I always thought I was better off alone. Whatever it is, I have to stay awake. I can't sleep. The creature is at my home. It's following me everywhere. Day 3. It's dark again. I haven't slept in 72 hours. My eyes are burning, but I have to type how I feel right now. I don't think I can do this anymore. I'm losing my sanity. The creature is closer now. It was looking straight at me, waiting for me to go to sleep. Then it will eat my flesh. I can see its insatiable hunger in its eyes. I am not going to close my eyes. Shit! That fucking monster is in my bed. I might have closed my eyes for a sec. Oh my god, I don't think I'm going to make it. Now that it is closer, I see the shape of the creature. It looks like a wolf, but not a majestic one. It's thin, with lots of injuries on its body. There was flesh missing from its body, like it had been scooped out. Every time I am taking my eyes off that monster and look at my laptop to type the journal, it feels like it's coming closer. Too close. I need to scare this thing away from me. I look around desperately to find something to protect me from the monster, and by mistake, I look at the mirror. There's a man behind me. It's John, with an axe in his hand.
Day 1. After so many years of suffering, I think I finally have a chance of having a happy birthday. The study wasn't as difficult as anticipated. I love what they did with the mirror. In all of my years of haunted houses, I've never seen anything like that. I'm excited at the prospect of looking forward to enjoying life, instead of being afraid of it. Also, they gave me enough money to afford a down payment on a better car. First, I need to clean my house. I've been so busy I haven't noticed how dusty it's become in here. My dog Rose has been sneezing like crazy. Day 2. I'm not feeling as well as I'd hoped this morning. There's a weighted pain in my chest. Maybe I picked up something from one of the other subjects. That's the last fucking thing I need right now. It's like, hey, you aren't afraid of getting older anymore. Congratulations. Now we're going to put that to the test and make you feel like death. My eyes are playing tricks on me as well. This morning I walked by my mirror and had to do a double take. My crimson hair was smattered with silver. The smiling crow's feet around my eyes were deep valleys, facial reactions to fond memories. I raised both my hands to my face. It still feels fine, smooth as a baby's ass, in fact. However, the me in the mirror clutches at her face with gnarled fists. Liver-spotted hands grasp at paper-thin skin. Hands so broken and twisted that they aren't making fists at all. It's their natural state. Not knowing what else to do, I take my normal, straightened, spot-free hands and try to wash the image away with water. Maybe I'm hypersensitive because of the exposure therapy. At any rate, I look fine now, and there's still a lot to do. My house smells musty as fuck. It's turning my stomach. Something's terribly wrong. I woke up to an aged bedroom. Yellowed wallpaper peeled at the corners and down the walls. Brittle bones creak with pained protests as I get out of bed. I call for Rosa, barely being able to hear my own voice. What is happening? In the corner of the room closet to my bedside table is a darkened heap. At first, I can't make out what it is, but upon closer inspection, I find the mummified corpse of Rosa. Every mirror in my house shows the same ancient image. Wrinkles plague my face. The heaviness in my chest is so much worse than it was yesterday. What did it do to me? I feel like a computer that's shutting down, one program at a time.
Day 1. I'm sitting here staring at the page, trying to think of the best way to explain to you how I feel. The one thing that immediately comes up is anger. I guess that's the best way to put it. I'm pissed off about your fucked up experiment. I know I agreed to it, but I expected a few small centipedes in a normal room. Instead, you locked me in a room of mirrors filled with centipedes. And they were not small. You must have found the biggest ones you could and stuck them in there with me. I begged you to let me out, and you ignored me. You said this would cure me of an irrational fear, but all I know is I curled up in that corner, and I brushed those fucking centipedes off me as best I could until somebody came and got me. And I don't feel better. I feel fucked up, but the only way I get my money now is to write this. Just what was with those mirrors? Was it so I could watch myself piss my pants? I certainly do not feel cured, only agitated and restless. I can still feel them crawling at me when I try to sleep. Day 2. It was a rough night and I'm still pissed off about everything, but now I think that something might be wrong. I should have never agreed to this shit. I went into the bathroom this morning and as I brushed my teeth, I watched a centipede crawl out of my eye, taking my goddamn eye with it as it crawled down my face. A hallucination for sure. My eye is fine, but later in the day, whenever I look into that mirror, I would hear a voice. It sounds like the voice of my father, but he's been in prison for over 10 years now, and we have no contact. I don't know what he's saying. It's incoherent. Auditory hallucinations. I've just been ignoring them. You really messed me up here. Day 3. There's a centipede in the mirror. Yeah, in the mirror, not on it. It's not one that I can touch. It's like it's on the other side of a piece of glass. The ones that crawl on me in the mirror didn't scare me anymore. I can feel their legs skittering across my flesh, and they stop to take a bite out of me when they want. Maybe in some ways, I am cured of my fear of centipedes. The one in the mirror, though, it's different. It's been speaking to me in my father's voice, telling me to do things that I do not want to do. Things that landed my father in prison and ended my mother's life. I try not to look at it, but it's always there in the mirror just yelling at me, telling me that I need to take action against those who wronged me. I feel sick, and I don't know how long I can deal with this thing yelling at me.
Day 1. I was asked to keep a close record of the days following my session with the doctor, but I found it difficult to keep track of the days once I got home. I remember that I was trying not to feel too optimistic since I had tried several different kinds of therapy in the past, and they usually left me feeling more confident in my ability to conquer my fear of the dark. That, however, often proved incorrect, as I quickly slipped into my previous mental state. Soon, it became clear that I had no cause for hesitation. I can't really say that I understand the curious treatment I was put through. I was rather skeptical of it, but I was in no position to say no. I would gladly spend an afternoon practicing breathing exercises in front of a mirror, no matter how silly I felt. All I wanted was to get rid of his crippling fear. I'm sure the other participants of this study have real issues to deal with, and that my fear of the dark pales in comparison. But my fear wasn't normal by any means. Lights out will leave me on the verge of hysteria, but the mere thought of the absence of light gives me anxiety. A dark corner, a shadowy passageway, the open door to the basement stairs, each step being swallowed by blackness, one by one by one, until nothing else is left. It has ruined my life. Once I came home and night fell, however, I could tell that I wasn't afraid anymore. I stared into the long shadows being cast in the corner of my room, and I took a deep breath. I felt no panic, no anxiety, not even the slightest hint of a tremor on the tips of my fingers. On the contrary, I felt in absolute peace, as if the absence of light not only didn't scare me, but also had become soothing. I was elated and told myself to pick up a pen and start writing down my report immediately. But I didn't. You see, the more I stared into the dark, the more I came to understand that the dark was looking back at me. Not a creature, not some spindly demon with red eyes and bad intentions. My imagination used to conjure up plenty of those to keep me company as I tried to fall asleep. I felt as if the darkness itself were looking at me, appraising me with a calculating stare. And though I knew I should have been terrified, I wasn't. Not because the darkness was kind. I could tell that it wasn't. Neither was it evil. It was simply inevitable. And I think I came to accept that. Day 3. I don't understand why I am not scared. Just 3 days ago, I would have shouted my lungs out at the mere sight of a flickering light. The harmless dark bore terrible demons within that reached out bony hands at night to grasp my ankles if I didn't have my bedside lamp on. They were slow but persistent, waiting for the chance to pull me away from the light and into their shark-like mouths. Dark corners hid unspeakable terrors, and light was the only salvation. I had always been scared of the dark and the dangers it concealed, but now I know better. Now I know the dark hides nothing. It's only seeking me, and I think it's beckoning me towards it, as if it wanted me to slip into the shadows. And I'm not afraid. Fear is supposed to be a natural reaction to this, isn't it? But I think the treatment worked very well, because I feel none of it. So, this is my one and only report, a testament to this treatment, a letter of gratitude. Once I am done, I don't think I will resist anymore. I think I've been running away from the dark for too long. It might be time to let it take me. Thank you for your help, Finn.
Patient number 6, Harley May. Your shitty little science project has ruined me, and I will never forgive you for it. You must be out of your mind letting anyone partake in this experiment. Do you even know what you're doing? Do you even know what you're putting people up against? Day 1. I was 100% on board with your cause. You told me you could help me with my self-esteem, to help me accept who I was, to help me feel comfortable in my own skin. I knew the experiment called for exposure therapy, but to just lock me up in a room with a mirror in it was senselessly cruel. At first, I panicked, but there was nothing I wanted more than to be rid of my insecurities, to be able to look at myself and feel like me. So I sat down on the floor and looked at the mirror from afar. I made sure I was just far enough so as not to see my reflection. However, I had a sudden burst of indignation. Why shouldn't I look at myself? Maybe there's nothing wrong with me. Maybe the fact that there's nothing wrong with me is why I'm even here. Maybe this is the first sane decision I've made all my life. So, apprehensively, I made my way to the mirror and took a look at myself, and suddenly I liked what I saw. I couldn't look away. Day 2. I woke up in front of the mirror. I ate breakfast while looking at my reflection. Yeah, thanks for the stale donuts, by the way. Really fucking appreciated that complimentary breakfast you advertised. And halfway through the day, decided that I didn't hate myself. In fact, quite the contrary. My perspective had been skewed my entire life, and suddenly I was enjoying watching myself. I would smile into the mirror, make faces into the mirror. I wanted to see every moment I made. I loved it. It was like some engrossing movie I couldn't look away from, except I was the star. I loved the way the lights of the ceiling shone in my eyes. I loved the way dimples formed in my cheeks when I smiled. It was like I was truly seeing all of me for the first time. The mirror made me never want to look away. It was surreal, but comforting. At times I could barely tell which was me, the reflection, or the person looking at it. I was about to laud you as a genius until the next day. Day 3. I woke up looking at myself yet again. This time, however, it was not in the mirror. I was looking at myself looking into the mirror. When I stood up, I was watching myself stand up. When I walked around, I was watching myself walk around. My body turned to face the me that was looking at it, and I had a harsh derealization attack. It was like my perspective had changed to be outside my body. It hasn't stopped either. I have been stuck like this since your test. I watch myself do everything: drive, cook, eat, and sleep. I am currently watching myself type this journal. Please, get back to me ASAP. Am I just doomed to watch myself in third person for the rest of my life? If I'm not me, and I'm just watching me, am I still even me? I don't even recognize the person I'm looking at anymore.
As you can see, my mirror did in fact do its job. The only problem was that their true fears were much more sinister, and they were not ready to face them. I've anticipated this, though, hence why the mirror was created. Humans lie. For most of them, by the third day, their subconscious got the better of them, and I'm saddened to say, they could not adjust. I still visit some of them in the psychiatric hospital, or the jail cells that they now reside in, but unfortunately, they're too far gone to save. I'm looking for 6 more subjects who will be honest and open with me about their fears, and who are ready to face them head on. Any takers? Sociology always fascinated me, and after decades of writing books and being a professor, I was lucky to become part of a team funded by very important corporations to create a daring experiment. We wanted to know what happens when you isolate a common family from the entire world. The structure for the study was amazing, courtesy of a very high budget. We had an entire house built inside the facilities. We did a few long, meticulous interviews to select our subjects. The Smiths were a typical suburban family of 4. Father, Regis Smith, had recently lost his job. He had 2 teenagers, Maya and George, and his wife, Sandra, had never once worked in her life, so he was pretty desperate to get in. They were selected over a second family that met all our expectations because they had no other living relatives. Both Regis and Sandra were only children, and both their parents had passed. They also had no close friends, nor did their children. The sponsors urged us to believe that we saved a family from being homeless. But every time I remember what happened, I believe it less and less. Here are the most relevant parts of the log that we researchers collectively kept. We took turns surveying the subjects 24 hours per day, and in every room of the house, there were 3 8-hour shifts, each including a sociologist, a psychiatrist, and a few assistants. I may have inserted a few extra pieces of information to help you understand better the whole story. Also, we call the subjects by numbers to avoid humanizing them too much, but I'm transcribing their real names. And in time, you'll understand why. Day 1. They're all quiet and awkward, too aware of the monitoring to do anything normal. All 4 of them mostly just sit around uncomfortably. The subjects have access to the internet to keep a sense of normalcy, but since they have to be isolated from the world, they can't post on social media or comment on sites, only use it to read news, books, and the like. Their internet use is being remotely monitored by techs related to our team, and can be terminated forever at any time if they break the rules. Day 2. Maya woke up screaming from a nightmare. The subjects are slowly adjusting. The monitor is very subtle, and the countless cameras and mics are very well hidden, so it's easy to forget they're there. Especially with your family around, I suppose. Day 3. One of the cameras malfunctioned yesterday, and I had someone go in and change it without being seen, but today, the image is all black again. It's a mere closet, and the subjects don't know this part of the house is monitoring free, so maybe there's no real need to change a second time. At least the microphone still works. To keep a sense of normalcy, we asked the adults to make a few daily tasks. Besides cleaning and cooking, they have to homeschool their kids, make a grocery list, clean a car that never leaves the garage but is constantly being dirtied by one of the assistants, and at least one of them should keep a remote job. They also have to wake up early every day like they would in the outside world. This has put a huge stress on George, who's clearly a night owl and a bad sleeper in general. Day 6. Sandra and Regis are fighting the whole time. He tried to delegate the tasks, but she called him controlling. She wants to homeschool the kids, but he says that she's dumb as a door. She offers to have a job then, but he says she's only good at household chores. Sandra's pretty hurt and mad. Day 9. Maya went to the grocery room, a separate room of the house where one of the assistants puts food and basic home supplies once a week, and spent 45 minutes talking to herself. All of them picked up this habit around day 4. The house is not big enough for them to have a lot of privacy, and everyone is bothered by each other's constant presence. This is getting interesting. Maya mumbled precisely 103 times, "It's unbearable that Dad never leaves. It's unbearable that Dad never leaves. It's unbearable that Dad never leaves." Day 16. George has been having more trouble than usual with sleeping. He moves too much in the bed, and then he wakes up tired, in a cold sweat. He loses focus while studying. Only his sister seems to notice that he has a problem. "We'll leave this place eventually, right?" the 13-year-old boy asked his older sister. "I really want to go to college one day." She says, "Sure, don't be silly." Day 23. Regis isolated himself from the family, focusing on his work. He builds furniture and wooden pieces on demand, obviously our fake demand. His work is very noisy, and it's clearly driving everyone else crazy. He's the only one who seems to be happy, or at least not stressed all the time. He and Sandra are alternating between screaming at each other and completely ignoring each other. But despite the fight, most nights in bed he looks for her in the dark. Her sighs suggest she only wants the semi-consented at best sex to end, but it doesn't seem to bother him at all. Dr. Ivano, my assigned fellow psychiatrist, thinks that he even enjoys it. Now, she clearly doesn't want him to touch her, but there's no way to say no. What a scary man is Regis. I'm excited to know who he really is when the social paranoia he puts on is in shatters. I'm convinced that there's still something more, something darker. Day 38, everything was going relatively fine, I should say, eventless, until George woke up once again in a sweat and trembling. Without notice, he simply got up, went to the kitchen, and cut his wrist. The knife was too sharp, and his hand ended up dangling from the arm, only a piece of skin avoiding that it got completely detached. Sandra was the one who found him, collapsed on the kitchen floor. She did nothing but scream, looking at a direction that she thought to be a camera. "You're killing us! You're psychos!" Maya, quite the practical one, went to the grocery room where we had always provided a good first aid kit, painkillers and antibiotics to help deal with the trauma and relieve the pain. We're not that bad. She sedated her brother, cleaned the wound, and clumsily sewed his hand back, then bandaged the whole thing. It was a decent job for a 15-year-old. I was proud of her, like God was proud after creating Adam. Day 39, once again Sandra is screaming at a supposed camera. "You need to provide medical care for my son. He needs a psychological evaluation and antidepressants." Sorry, Sandra. Point is observing your family with no contact with another human being. Besides, he's being evaluated, we just can't tell him the diagnosis. Our silence seemed to kill her inside. Pointing her finger at the wrong direction, she added, "You need to do something or I will." Day 42. Sandra tried to contact a psychiatrist online and had to be put in the solitary for a week. Her access to the internet is terminated for life. No more fantasizing about ethical males and thongs for you, my lady. Only browsing through recipes just to realize in the next grocery day that one ingredient will always be missing. After all, we have to keep normalcy. Minor annoyances happen every day. She keeps screaming at us. How long will you keep us here? 6 months? A year? I can't stand another week in this hell. Day 48. Regis was cranky and borderline abusive with his kids the entire week. This is the first time he addressed us. "How am I supposed to not fuck for a week, you sick fucks? Are you enjoying my misery? This crap is over. I want to give up. I'll contact my lawyer." But he never did. He may have power over his wife, but he can't do shit to us, and that makes me smile. We don't enjoy human misery, Regis, but we enjoy yours. Besides, he's our most interesting subject. Day 49. Sandra was hysterical for the week, but calmed down once Maya went to the grocery room and brought a fair amount of booze. We only give them alcohol on special occasions. Christmas was coming up. Cigarettes and drugs were strictly banned. Sandra kept all the alcohol for herself, demanding that her daughter keep it a secret from the boys. Her addiction made it easier to get through the next month. Too bad for her that the stock had ended. Day 26. George tried to end it all by setting the house on fire. Our fire alarm is very good. Beside a few second-degree burns on his former good hand and a wet house, nothing happened. He claims to miss a girl named Karina. We imagine that she's a school crush. Sandra started to change. She sent Regis to sleep in his small workshop. He slapped her on the face so hard that she was bruised for a week, but she didn't back off. He was too surprised to do anything else before she shoved him out of the door. You can see that this man is very used to resorting to physical punishment to get what he wanted from the weaker, and the only reason why it took this long for us to see him in action was that his family already knew better and did everything to avoid his fury. Day 70. Sandra told Maya, "We girls gotta stay together." Maya's not interested in being anybody's ally. She seems to do better alone. We had to change the closet camera again because George has been spending more and more time there. Now instead of static, all you can see is darkness, a reddish darkness, like when you close your eyes in a sunny day. Should probably put one camera out of the closet, but facing it. Maya asked who is Karina, but George won't answer. Day 73. George is gone. Yesterday, all the cameras in his room malfunctioned. You could only hear sounds. He was talking alone. We're sure of it, because all the others were being seen in different rooms, but he was distressed, like someone having a heated argument. "No, I won't kill Dr. Chardon," were his last words. Before a loud series of bangs started, Maya rushed up to his room and screamed, "No, George, please, please, stop hurting yourself, please, please." You could hear her loud crying as her parents approached the room. The cameras went black. Then back to normal, except for the one in the closet, and George. It was a dreadful sight. His whole head was ripped open, with blood and brains staining the closet door, the floor, and his sister. He was barely recognizable as human. Looked like a pumpkin ran over by a truck. He banged his head so strongly, Maya said. He killed himself in an awful way. Awful, awful way. For the first time since the experiment started, I grabbed the only microphone that could be heard inside the house. Locked yourselves in rooms immediately. We are removing George. George isn't dead. See, to this day, he is still in a coma. Like a living vegetable, which is much worse. It would have been merciful if he died, but he didn't. There's a chance he's enduring all these years still conscious. After this major incident, we wanted to shut down the experiment, free the remaining subjects. The whole team wrote a manifesto containing details of the horrifying events so far, but it only made the bigwigs want to keep the experiment going more. They were very interested in the results. Monsters. And I, for one, am a monster by association. I stayed. My career would be ruined if they released information about my participating in this unethical project, and I was too deep into this to not see it through to the end. Day 80. It's fascinating to see how humans deal with mourning. Most of us need to be let alone. 90% of the time we spend grieving, but the 10% of interaction with other people and feeling their support is crucial. Without it, you fall apart. George wasn't dead, but everyone could comprehend that he might as well be. There was no optimism with his recovery, and the overwhelming feeling of hopelessness tore the family apart. Maya locked herself up even more. She spent the whole time keeping her mind busy and active, mostly reading. She used to play the piano ever since she was a little girl, but we purposely didn't put a piano in the house. She started to compose songs using a website that emulated a piano, and back then smartphones weren't common, so the subject didn't have a phone, it's just a computer. I smiled. She was strong and resourceful. It pained me to know that she was never leaving this place alive. How long do you intend to keep us here? 6 months? 1 year? Sandra's words stuck with me. Because I couldn't tell her an answer, one that I knew by heart. This was the cruelest part of our experiment. There's nothing to look forward to. We're keeping you here forever. Until every last one of you dies. Day 83. Regis punched and smashed all his handiwork. The food will be very scarce next month, unfortunately. By destroying the commission pieces, Regis didn't earn enough money to afford feeding all of his family properly. Normalcy. Day 88. For a while, the remaining subjects tried to behave as a family. But as soon as something didn't go as expected, they exploded in rage and tears. Regis and Sandra physically fought, and Maya had to choke her father with her bare hands until he passed out. I thought he was going to kill you, she offered to her shaky mother, then locked herself in her room. The peace had lasted a mere 2 days. Day 97, just like George, Sandra had been talking to someone that's not there, and they're fighting. She doesn't eat anymore. Regis and Maya fought over what little food they could get that week. None of them seemed concerned with Sandra. She's too weak for this. She's better gone. Maya repeated this 103 times. Day 107, Sandra lost a lot of weight and isn't sleeping. She just walks in circles around the room, calling for George and arguing with an invisible being. Her broken mind seems to have regressed to her son's childhood. She keeps baby talking with him. She giggles and coos too. It's a little sad. Maya took upon herself cleaning George's room. She had removed the extra gore earlier, but only now really took the time to go through his things. Maybe understand why he took his life in such a brutal way. She found a whole notebook filled with the words, "Don't go into the closet." The writing gets more and more desperate, until you can barely decipher his words. She didn't go into the closet. Day 106. Sandra used the last of her strength to gouge out her eyes with 2 spoons. The woman begged to be left to die, and neither her husband nor daughter dared to stop her. They clearly weren't against it. I have to praise Sandra for her creativity. After George's first attempt, we removed all the knives and potentially piercing objects from the house. It made everyday life a nightmare because they weren't allowed to own a single pair of scissors and could only eat with spoons, their hands. Speaking of eating, still not enough food. Maya's rationing hers wisely. Regis is a mess. I'll be joining Karina now. She was George's twin sister. You don't remember her because you were a baby too, but she died on her first days. Your father accidentally let her fall from the bed. These were Sandra's last words for Maya. Day 111. Maya keeps telling herself, "Don't go into the closet," and shivering. She wrote it too, but not as many times as her brother, and nowhere near as desperate. Under the last time, she added, "There's a presence there. Something brown and evil." The camera inside the closet still doesn't work. The camera pointed to the closet malfunctions constantly, with no apparent reason. They get normal whenever you put them somewhere else. Day 116. We removed Sandra's body the same way we did to George. Then, today, we symbolically put a cross in the garden. I'll briefly explain that the house is completely inside a building, but they have a small winter garden with tall plexiglass to let the sun in. Maya found it eerie to have a graveyard in her own house. She keeps busy. She's composed enough to learn things and is teaching herself Japanese. Regis keeps calling for Sandra. During the night, he goes to their old bedroom door and knocks desperately until he falls asleep on the floor. Thing is, the door is unlocked and open. Day 223. Regis lost touch with reality. Now he knocks on Maya's door and thinks it's Sandra whenever he sees his daughter. She's been locking him out during the whole day as he keeps screaming and crafting the wood pieces to make money and feed herself. She's been feeding her father with the bare minimum to survive. Dr. Ivanov thinks she doesn't want him to survive, but still can't find the courage to let him die. Having to take care of someone gives her purpose, and while annoying and demanding, it's better than being alone. Day 225. It's Maya's 16th birthday. We sent in a beautiful cake. She bitterly laughed and accused us of having a twisted sense of humor. She gave Regis a small piece, and he went hysterical, refusing to eat. He thinks Maya is dead, and Sandra is delusional. Day 234. Maya was doing well until today. Regis is malnourished, and his sclera is bloody red, protruding veins. I think he went blind. But he still somehow had the strength to free himself from the 3 locks and find Maya. She was in George's room, trying to analyze his computer to get some answers about his death. We still don't know how. It happened in a matter of seconds. Like it was some unknown force. Regis broke into the room and tried to force himself on his daughter, still thinking it was his wife. The human in me didn't want to watch. The human in me wanted to interfere, but the sociologist, thirsty for a peek at the darkest of his mind, watched. Maya was taken by surprise, which gave Regis the upper hand, but in a few seconds she was able to recover. She had been eating and sleeping properly, and we knew that she was strong enough to literally squeeze his neck to death, but she didn't do it. She shoved him in the closet and locked it. Day 235. We keep hearing Regis's screams on the closet's microphone. It's maddening. He's begging to be killed, and you could hear faint noises of skin and hair being ripped off. Please. Someone free me from that. Please. 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 Day 236. The screams have stopped after 45 hours. On the first 5 hours, Regis screamed, "I'll get Dr. Shanton for you. Let me go. Let me go, or please just kill me. Just kill me. Just kill me. It hurts so much." It was always the same words, growing more desperate every time they were pronounced. The next 2,400 minutes, he could only babble incoherently and cry. Maya locked George's room from the outside, barricaded it, took all the food to her room, locked her door, and made a second barricade. She's scared, but trying so hard to focus. So hard. Day 237. I'm a mess. We're not supposed to keep a personal log here, but I want to report it. It's relevant. It's relevant to the experiment. Yesterday, after leaving work, Dr. Ivanov took his life. He'd been quite disturbed by Regis's screams. Obviously, I mean, we all were. He was usually the colder one in the team. Today, shortly after hearing the terrible news, I found a letter in my pocket. It was signed by him. I used to think of myself as a brilliant man that could comprehend the human mind better than pretty much anyone. Maybe I am, but you know what? Is Joseph Mengele remembered for being a brilliant doctor that brought countless advances to medicine despite it being thanks to his cruelty and willingness to perform experiments that caused awful suffering? No. He was remembered for being a Nazi. That's what he was, above all. I, too, am in the first place a monster. I hope there is no afterlife because I fear the punishment for passively watching the human mind fall apart. You're a good man when we met, Melvin. I hope you still find this man inside you. Andrei. Day 1028. She's still here. Once again, after Andrei Ivanov's suicide, we researchers begged to end this madness, but the sponsors would hear none of it. Unless, of course, we were willing to pay for every penny we spent on this project and a substantial fine for breaking our contract. At least Maya never does anything out of the ordinary. She never went to George's room again, and after a respectful amount of days, she moved to the master room. She's been really good with the craft work. Her cooking skills clearly improved, and now she knows conversational Japanese and German, and even started working out. It haunts me how strong her will is. If Dr. Ivanov was here, he would joke about wanting to open her brain to study. I should feel thankful that my job now consists of watching a young woman living on her own until the end of time, but I can't stop thinking about everything that happened. I close my eyes to sleep and I see George's smashed head. I look at every woman and can perfectly picture her scooping her eyes out. Every day, all the time. Day 1092. Now that Maya's of age and working really hard, we decided to make her a nice surprise. She'll live on her own forever, so we thought she might as well have a little fun alone. We let a few female pleasure supplies go into the grocery room. I swear to God, we weren't trying to be gross or watch her in a creepy way during the experiment. We heard all 4 members of the family masturbating, the parents having sex. These experiences were disgusting, and we were more than happy to know that they always did it under the sheets. And well, she went to the grocery store, she saw the dildo and things of the sort, and she laughed for a whole hour. A literal whole hour. Her face was red, her hair was messy. She was tearing up, her legs were shaking so hard I was genuinely afraid that Maya was gonna burst. "Guys," she yelled, clearly addressing us, "you know what? I've lived all these awful days without once complaining or freaking out. I took care of my good-for-nothing parents. I fixed my brother's damn amputated hand. It was gross, so gross." She paused to wholeheartedly laugh a little more. I learned fucking Japanese and fucking woodwork, and I was good at it. Things I have no interest at all. Just to keep myself sane. Just to keep myself sane. Just to keep myself sane. She repeated that last phrase 103 times. This is a clear dissociation episode, the new psychiatrist in my team remarked. I currently know him for way more time than I knew Ivanov, but I refuse to learn his name. I refuse to acknowledge his existence. He's just an annoying voice to me. I can't handle feeling like shit again when he eventually jumps off a bridge. But you're never letting me out. Never. I'll never date someone. I'll never marry. I'll never go to college. I'll never do anything but be a creepy show for you guys. So you know what? Let's make it creepy. Let's make it creepy as fuck. Day 1093. We broke her. We broke Maya. Someone I grew to admire and even feel affection towards, and we did it. We did it by trying to be nice. She's masturbating nonstop. She's trying to break her body too, now that her mind is shattered. Today, Maya Smith stood motionless in her bed, still with her dress lifted, still with no underwear. The first thing I felt was relief because the family experiment was finally over. I said the assistants could go home. The new guy and I decided that we were going to go in and fetch her lifeless body. I turned all of our equipment off, smiling for the first time in over 3 years. The new guy leaned over her to check if she was actually dead. She wasn't. You see, Maya Smith developed a bold plan to escape. She started to craft a wooden knife in plain sight. If no one reprimanded her, she knew that she could count on at least one of the watchers. See, this watcher was me. I've been watching her alone since our new guy sucks and barely does his job, and the assistants are only required when I need to take notes or keep track of multiple screens at the same time. Maya was counting on the fact that the researchers had been as bored as her by now, and that we were probably getting pressed into keeping the study going. As soon as he leaned over her body, Maya quickly stabbed the new guy in the belly as he approached her. He coughed up a lot of blood. I ran in his direction to help him, and whoops, I let the subject get away. Cameras were off. No one else from the project was in the building. The security guard didn't know her. She was free. She was free. She was sane. After putting on a very convincing show. This is the first time I was able to properly breathe since the family experiment started. There are many reasons why I'm writing this suicide letter. First of all, I want to let someone know about the vicious experiment. In the second place, I know they'll get me for letting her go. They can't prove I did it on purpose, but they'll know. They'll always know. I decided to help Maya after I made up my mind about the suicide. My sons are both adults, forgetting of their old father these days. My wife died a few years prior to the project. I'm fine knowing I'll barely be missed. She, on the other hand, is so young and determined to keep living. How could I deny her that? Just let my own death go to waste. And the third reason is, as you know, I'm Dr. Shandon, the one the brown evil presence in the closet has been claiming. I love you, son. Don't blame yourself for not giving this old man more attention. I know you thought I was doing better than ever and nothing you could do.
would have avoided my death, and, well, I wrote a whole different letter for you, David, because I think you're better off not knowing for your own safety. Keep everything a secret. I just have one last favor to ask of you. If a woman named Maya Smith ever looks for you, please help her. Whatever she needs, you'll be helping your old father. Love, Melvin Shanton. November 20th, 2013. This week, my older brother Saul was diagnosed with terminal cancer. He asked to talk privately to me and decided to tell me his last secret. He got a very different suicide letter from our father back in 2013, entirely transcribed above. And, I'm David. I've been married to a woman I love with all my heart since 2015. Her maiden name... Maya Smith.
So, tell me more about your family. Dr. Shanton crossed his legs and smiled politely. We're very happy and normal, Dad lied, because he really wanted to be chosen for the stupid study. My kids are the best. Never give me any trouble. He made us wear our good clothes. George even had a ridiculous boy suit on, with shorts instead of pants. I remember walking through the beautiful and long white marble corridors that led to the interview room, and how Dad had threatened us to have awful things happen at home if we didn't behave properly. That if we still have a home, Mom muttered in an unpleasant tone, her mouth in a fine line. Your dad can't find another job. I always knew that our family was very far from happy and normal, but lately, memories have been flooding back. Memories from my childhood. There's no way I'll ever remember Karina, but I remember finding a note among my mother's belongings when I discovered I was a girl and hence absolutely had to use my mother's makeup. At the time, I thought nothing of it. It was a scrambled old paper and my dad's unmistakable ugly calligraphy. I'm sorry, Sandra, but that baby had something evil. As far as I can remember, George always had a scary imaginary friend. According to him, it was a brown bear with huge jaws that lived in the closet and protected him from monsters. As his older sister, I thought it was cute, his way to cope with fear of the dark. He was being a brave boy. Dr. Shanton asked a lot about our extended family. Now I know that his team wanted to make sure we wouldn't be missed. Both our parents unfortunately passed, my mother answered, simply. I never met Dad's parents, but I remembered my other grandmother faintly. Grandma Ada Green, my mother's mom. She died after spending a few days at our house. I was around 6, but I can remember that week clearly now. I remember it so clearly my head hurts. I can almost smell the bitter coffee Mom made her when she was at our house. Our parents put George's bed in my room, because we didn't have a spare bedroom for guests. Grandma Ada stayed at the young boy's bedroom, all painted cerulean. It was the only room in the house that had a walk-in closet. She died after falling from the stairs and snapping her neck. I never saw her body or knew how she really passed until I read the necropsy report years later. I was always a curious brat. Grandma was already too old and frail, so her death was considered accidental. Since my mother, her only daughter, inherited nothing but debits, there was no reason to suspect foul play. Does your family have some kind of secret, Regis? Dr. Shanton asked jovially. Once you're there being monitored, we'll find out anyway, so you'd better tell me now. I really liked Dr. Shanton from the moment I saw him. I met all the other scientists and they were cold. Almost rude. When I came up with my plan to escape, I prayed that it was Dr. Shanton on watch. No, sir, no secrets, Dad responded abruptly. My mother frowned so hard she looked 90 years old. We had a child that didn't make it, she added, but it was a long time ago, and those things happen, right, Doctor? Of course, madam. I'm sorry for your loss. Dr. Shanton was proper in his response, but now I can tell he was eager to know more about Karina. He just had this look. David looked at me the same way when his brother revealed the suicide letter. No incidents of that sort happened for years after Grandma's death, but Dr. Shanton had too much interest in my dead sister. I think that's what brought her back. And yes, it's irrational, but I think the thing in the closet is partially George's imaginary bear friend and partially Karina. It was our 5th family member, and it followed us to our new house inside the facility. My dad wasn't a good man, but I'm inclined to believe that he killed his baby daughter on purpose, because he saw her as a twisted and demonic child. Sure, maybe he was mentally ill, but maybe not. I know that'll sound ridiculous to you, but I never told anyone about the whisperings I heard coming from George's bedroom when we moved to the facility at the start of the experiment. On day 2, I woke up screaming. I told myself I was having a nightmare, but I know I wasn't. I could hear it clearly. It was a voice like none I'd ever heard. A grave voice mixed to a child's voice. Like a lot of different voices were one and the same. I hate Dad. Why would he kill me? I wanted to protect George, but now I hate him. If only one of us could live, it should be me. Besides, when the assistants tried to remove Dad's body, they found the closet completely empty. After I escaped, I wanted to live a normal life as soon as possible. I got myself a retail job, which didn't require a background check, and worked my ass off on double shifts to finally earn real money and buy myself basic stuff. I visited a childhood friend that luckily still lived in the same address. Everybody at school and people that knew us thought we had simply moved to another state, and when I told her I had a few problems, she insisted I stayed with her until I found a proper place for myself. My friend was very discreet and never asked me about what happened. Soon I was able to pay for my own rent and moved to an apartment shared with a few other girls. I reported my legal documents as stolen, and after proving that I was in fact Maya Smith, finally I could get my identity back. I saw no point in trying to change my name. It would only raise suspicion about me. I opted for altering my hair and a few aspects of my face and simply leading a quiet life. I was able to locate George and finally allow the hospital to put him out of his misery. I was sad when I learned of Dr. Shanton's suicide, but I thought that maybe now, with 2 casualties in the team and all the other subjects dead, they would leave me alone as long as I didn't spill the beans. I was right. I had learned a lot of useful skills during my time in the facility, which gave me the confidence to apply for better qualified jobs. Mere few months after my escape, I got a really nice job as a bilingual front desk clerk at a local hotel. I'm still in this job, but I've been promoted. And that's how I met David. He was organizing a bachelor party for a friend, and I was to help him because he had a German friend coming. David was insanely attractive and had kind eyes. Eager to finally live my life, I'd been dating here and there, but it's nothing serious. He was the first and only person I fell in love with. When I saw David's reservation at the hotel restaurant, my heart skipped a beat. Shanton is not a common last name, so I knew he was somewhat related to Dr. Shanton, the man I owed my life to. I considered it a fun trick of destiny and decided to get closer to David. Not because he was a Shanton, but because I couldn't take my eyes off of him, and his family tree sounded like a good omen. I've read all your comments regarding the letter, and I want to thank every single one of you for rooting for me and worrying about my well-being. David can't keep secrets from me, And I didn't talk about my past with him for obvious reasons, but when Saul revealed Dr. Shanton's secret, it was time. Everything is fine. We're happily married for years, and for those who asked, we don't have kids yet, because I want to take this part slow, but I adore Saul's sons, and probably someday will feel ready to be a mother. The experiment wasn't that bad for me. The only thing that pissed me off was that my dad signed a specific clause that didn't unbind me, or George, in case he was alive, from the contract even when we hit 18 years old. Sure, the deaths of my family were very hurtful, but I'm not traumatized enough that I can't function as a proper human being anymore. I know a lot of people went through worse than I did, and the only rational thing I can do is live a good life. I think my parents went crazy from the isolation because they considered themselves to be captives and the researchers to be enemies, and more importantly, because they both hated being alone with themselves. I never saw it this way. That was my current living situation, and I should make the best of it. Sure, sometimes I freaked out and repeated the same thing 103 times until I got it out of my system and felt mentally stable again, but that was it. It's normal to vent. Most of the time, I always hoped to bore the researchers to death and be released, and that's one of the things that kept me sane. I was looking forward to a future. Poor George was scared and probably haunted. Mom was always weak-willed, and Dad spiraled in his madness. None of them could see a future. None of them could do it even before we were isolated, if I had to guess. Reading Dr. Shanton's suicide letter, I noticed how I was depicted as a cold teenager at first, but he grew to admire me. Truth is, I don't consider myself to be cold, but I don't miss my parents all that much. They weren't great people, and I did my best to tolerate them and keep them alive. But I really miss George. He was a sweet boy, and I'm glad you guys noticed that too. I'm happy that he can be remembered that way by so many people. I hope that I was able to fill a few gaps left by Dr. Shanton's letter with my account of the events. I just have one last thing to tell you. Something I try not to think about, and something I've never told my husband. Sometimes I hear scratches on our closet door, and I swear I can listen to Dr. Shanton's voice. He's screaming and begging. Whenever I approach the closet, the sound stops.
I'm Harvey Sinton, a humble researcher working for the International Secret Service. I was delighted to find out that I was leading the ISS newest project, and testing is taking place primarily underground next week in the Human Experiment Chamber, SF-23. Its aim is to develop an innovative and shocking method of torture, which is designed to discourage potential ISS members from betraying the organization, and as a punishment for captured hitmen from overseas. Ones that are discovered to be targeting ISS leaders. Over the course of the project, I will document every detail in this written report along with a video to accompany the results of each experiment. After the project is formally ended, I will suggest the best conclusion to the testing based on the evidence collected. Once again, I thank my superiors for allowing me to pioneer this project, which will undoubtedly benefit the ISS community for as long as it exists. H.J. Sinton, Human Biologist, Qualified Researcher, SG-64. That's the opening statement for my report. Now, I don't blame you for thinking I'm some kind of insane genius. I'm not that kind of Frankenstein that you see on television. In fact, I'll admit I'm a pretty emotionally unstable guy. I've been hiding myself behind a facade since I joined the service. I'm working for the ISS, a criminal organization, and I've been working there for a long time now. Headquarters is situated underground on the coastline of Concaven Island. It's like the Mafia, just less well known. And it's brought me to a handful of problems as a US citizen, not to mention some emotional trauma too, but I couldn't resist the temptation. Yeah,
I'd have a good pay for the rest of my life. At the end of 2 years of service, I signed the unbreakable contract. After a further 2 years in the job, I began to believe that anyone, whether they start meek or macho, could condition themselves into a state of mind where they felt almost no empathy for anyone else. The human brain needs conditioning to keep its empathy sensors refreshed, so the more you don't use it, the less you'll be inclined to feel sorry for random people, right? And then I realized it wasn't that simple, and sadly, I realized too late. Take my word for it. If you're a normal, sane human being, don't ever try to fit in with psychos. It's because there's no difference between the fakers and the real deal. And what I'm trying to say is, you'll never know what's inside the mind of a psychopath if you weren't born one yourself. Anyone that tries to believe otherwise will ultimately drive themselves insane. 9 a.m. It was time to meet the unfortunate victims. There were 13 inmates who had arrived from a prison on the island. The purpose of seeing the subjects before beginning the test was for estimating measurements. But it was still nice to get to know them before sending them to their deaths in the most painful ways imaginable. And there were 2 women and 11 men, and as I was scribbling down descriptions on my notepad, one of the big guys tried to attack me. Although he could only go as far as the metal bars of his cell would allow, the sudden outburst still made me jump. I made a mental note to order extra restraints for this one. I put my clipboard down, then decided to talk to them. Some swore at me in every sentence, but most of them were nicer than I imagined, which was creepy. Especially the middle-aged lady who had poisoned her husband and had offered me a foot massage. I asked them what crimes they had committed, and whether they were scared at all. Some notable answers included things to do with animals, things to do with my mom. The sight of a teenager in one of the cells caught my interest. I'd never seen such a young inmate arrive here for testing before, and I wondered what crime he had committed. I asked him if he was afraid of his approaching fate. He answered, "Less scared than you are." I'm sad to say that he was probably telling the truth. A thin, wide smile spread across his face when he saw my expression change. Not sure why, but I suddenly felt slightly nauseous. I convinced myself that he was bluffing. I walked away quickly. The young blonde lady refused to talk to me at all. She sat in the corner of that last cell, sobbing continuously. I guessed that she was in her mid-20s. I asked her why she was crying. She tried her best to convince me that she'd been falsely accused of murdering her sister. They don't lie, and they tell me the most innocent-looking ones are always the most cunning. 1 p.m. I decided to skip lunch for reasons I'm sure you'll understand. My heart was beating fast, but I did my best to hide my anxiety. Then called in the first test subject. I asked my scientists to set up the cameras and other monitors while I prepared the instruments of death. Originally, I had no idea what to name it, but my little bald scientist suggested angel wings. He described it well. I chose the macho-looking guy who tried to attack me to go first. When he walked in, I expected at least a swagger or a glare, but none of that. I could see it in his eyes. The guy was more terrified than he'd ever been in his life. Security strapped him into the long, box-shaped metal frame. He was encased in what looked like a hollow cage without the extra bars in the middle, and 2 flat iron bars met in the center of his body. Attached to his underside were many small, sharp iron spikes suspended above his chest. A guard nodded at me without warning, and I pressed the button which suddenly lowered the 2 iron bars, plunging the spikes into the middle of his chest and abdomen. He screamed and clenched his fist. His blood began oozing out and then turned his head to look at me. I raised my eyebrows. "I'll only start when you're ready. Remember, the longer you wait, the more it'll hurt," I reminded him. He breathed heavily. and turned his head back around to look at his bleeding body. Then he winced and looked away.
What are you gonna do to me?
He said. The bars? I pointed. They're gonna move in opposite directions until you split open. He took a moment to digest the thought.
Can you hold my hand?
He pleaded like a child. I hadn't expected to hear that from a big guy like himself. I was almost amused. No, I answered straightforwardly.
Are you afraid that I'll break your bones?
Can I start now?
And don't tell my family how I died.
I don't want them to know what happened to me. We're not going to tell your family anything.
Cheers.
He wheezed quietly and then closed his eyes.
Fuck this stupid-ass world, just do it.
The scientists sat opposite me, holding their pens ready above their notepads, observing, eyes wide open like hungry wolves staring at prey. Suddenly, I pressed the start button on the timer and flicked the switch, which started his ordeal, preparing myself for the screams. The two metal bars began to pull his skin apart, incredibly slowly. He grimaced with his eyes closed for 10 seconds and held it in for as long as he could, but when the green line of the pain monitor leapt up, his eyelids burst open and he let out a blood-curdling shriek. Around the 3-minute mark, his organs started to be exposed. I had to pause the machine temporarily since he was close to passing out. I restarted it after 2 minutes. He was too tired to scream. By the end of 10 minutes, where all his organs were completely exposed, but it wasn't until they started to slide out of him when I started to cringe. I reminded myself that he was still alive and conscious while this was all happening. Suddenly, I had an inexplicable urge to vomit. I knew I needed to keep focus and watch the graphs in case he died, but my mind drifted elsewhere. Though he was just a criminal, he had a family and people that probably cared about him. What if they knew that I was the one doing this to him? I had a family too, and admittedly, I hadn't told them the entire truth about my profession. What would they think? He was dying from something I'd created. I never thought about it in that way before. And to be quite honest, it hurt me inside when I did. I told myself that his family weren't here. They'd never know of this, never know that I did it. They probably didn't like him that much anyway. It doesn't fucking matter. Just do your job. I walked to the other side where neither the scientist nor the camera could see, pretending to analyze the breathing graph in more detail. Then I gripped his hand, slippery from blood dripping down it. He turned his head towards me, and for a second I thought I could see some sort of surprise in his eyes. I prayed that he wouldn't spend his last seconds alive cursing me. Then his skin ripped from his sides and dangled from the iron nails. He continued to breathe, heavily, for a few moments, before he died. And the machine made a high-pitched beeping noise. Swallowing, I let go of his hand, and waited as his organs sloshed out of him one by one, and onto the floor. The timer said 15 minutes, 35 seconds. One of the scientists stopped the camera. 15 minutes, 35 seconds, how was it? I asked. She looked down at her clipboard. The skin stayed intact, which was good. As it was on the top of the priority list for this device, it moved outward at a steady rate too. However, continued the bald scientist, the time he was alive fell short of the predicted time by a half a minute. Also, if you were to redesign the model, we suggest some sort of appliance to keep the organs inside the body. That might improve the time. Their voices were calm and steady as they talked. I looked into their eyes. Cold, robotic, unblinking. I wondered if they'd ever been sympathetic to anyone in their whole lives. I wondered if they were wearing masks, like me. Right. I was thinking that too. I'll take it into account in the report. 2 days later, 4 p.m. My boss, Allman, grinned the whole time as he watched the video, occasionally making unsympathetic noises such as oof and ouch. These people weren't human. Either that or I was a lot less tough than I first thought I was. It was time for the second torture instrument. This one was less unique than the first one in the sense that similar things have been tried before, but it was the boss's idea, not mine. Apparently, it was also the one which kept the victim alive and suffered for the longest time. I called for security to bring me a random test subject. She was dragged into the room, screaming and begging. She was the young lady with the blonde hair. She shouted that she didn't do it, and that she was innocent. But I was taking none of it. I signaled at security to strap her into the confines. I had a feeling she wasn't going to tell me when to kill her, so I didn't bother to warn her. Slowly, I took out a syringe and a small jar full of bluish-yellow liquid. I closed the box, then unscrewed the jar lid, sucking out a syringe of its contents. No, please don't do this to me. I walked closer, holding my poker face, showing her I was uninterested. She continued to sob and pant. I wasn't the one, she whispered, as she shook her head frantically. I know who killed her. It wasn't me. Don't do this. I positioned the syringe above her collarbone and plunged it into her neck. She moved too much, so I had to steady the needle to avoid it snapping. As the fluid entered her skin, her neck started to turn slightly blue and her veins swelled as she gasped in agony. And then I ran over to the laptop and started the timer. According to the measurements, she should be dead in around 3 days. Strap her head to the wall, I told the lady scientist. When her neck turns white, you can leave. I'm off to take a bite. Harvey Stinton! She shrieked at her ear-piercing pitch. Just as I was about to walk out of the door, I turned around, my eyes wide open. I hated it when they called my name. You're a young and smart person. You've got a lot left to live for. Why did you become a murderer? Murderer. I wasn't a murderer. It was my job to kill murderers. And that doesn't count as murder, does it? Who are you to judge? Something clicked inside me, and I suddenly felt feverish, like my brain was overheated. I would ask you the exact same, forgetting momentarily that she wasn't a guy. I really didn't. You have to believe me. I finally went to get my lunch. Man, it had been a rough day. As I changed my clothes and came out from underground after 2 hours of security checks, a thought crossed my mind. How was I so sure that she was guilty of the murder? Was it faith in the justice system? I mean, most likely. Of course, it didn't matter whether she was or not. She was already going to die. But it felt like I needed some sort of proof, or I'd be uncomfortable living with the possibility that I'd killed an innocent for the rest of my life. 7 p.m. Just one more hour of goddamn report writing and I could go home. My eyes were starting to see double. But then there was the security checks again. I had to keep my profile real low working for ISS, and that meant suffering another 2 hours of fatigue. An alarm sounded and I got out of my cubicle to take a look at what was happening. Secret agents were scurrying around like black mice, mainly towards that left corridor, so I followed them. It just happened that Allman was looking for me. He led me to the cells in which the test subjects were kept, and I saw them all strapped extremely tightly to the wall, much like the lady in the experiment chamber.
Two of the cells, which I realized belonged to the middle-aged woman and the bald guy, were empty. I asked my boss what was happening. He explained that one of the guys monitoring the CCTV footage wasn't paying attention, which allowed the two removed subjects to commit suicide by banging their heads on the walls repeatedly. One day later, 4 p.m. I checked the lady still strapped to the chamber before I began testing on the next victim. Unsurprisingly, she had stopped resisting, and her body hung almost lifeless. Her whole body had turned white, except for her face, which had a bit of a blue tinge. Sweat still dripped from her forehead, so I gave her some water and examined the graphs. Comparing them to the ones produced by the first test subject, pain receptors detected slightly lower levels of trauma than the first, but it had a tendency to increase as the victim approached death. Security produced a crooked old guy with the most circular spine I'd ever seen. They looked at me as if asking whether this guy was suitable or not. "He'll do. Strap him in." I fastened my goggles, then put my gloves and protective clothing on. He made no noise. He just looked around. I was hoping that I had started to get accustomed to the project, since this was my third test already. But as I imagined him crying out in pain, I felt that inevitable sense of dread return. It was annoying me now. He sat down on a metal chair with a circular base. Unlike the others, his eyes told me nothing. He just seemed like a man tired of being alive. The chair was nailed tightly to the wall behind it and clamped to the ground for extra security. His limbs were locked in place, his arms were spread in a T shape across the wall, and his legs were fastened to the legs of the chair. Then his head was strapped into a solid square-shaped device with an iron frame, and the scientist used the two tiny metal clamps to clamp his eyelids wide open. Using more clamps, the device positioned a curved block of solid green acid just a millimeter or so in front of his open eye. A large glass box was placed over his head. "When you're ready." There was no hesitation at all. "Aye." I pulled the lever, and the device moved that block of acid so that it was pressed against his eyes. He screamed, and I quickly flicked the switch above my head, which first sealed the glass box so that it became airtight, then activated a heater which produced a temperature of around 50 degrees Celsius. As the acid melted, it burned his eyes and skin. The green line shut up instantly, and the device rattled as he tried to move. An hour later, there was nothing left except for patches of black, red, and green. His face was pink, and the skin of his cheeks and forehead was burnt raw and purple. He groaned constantly. I couldn't resist closing my eyes for a while because I didn't want to look anymore. There were cameras and observers everywhere doing it for me, so I didn't have to, and surely I could give myself a little comfort by saying that he deserved what he got. I took a deep breath, then opened my eyes again and turned to my scientists. It ends here when the acid melts completely. 1 hour, 3 minutes. I pressed the last button and a blade sliced his head off clean. I sat at my desk typing away. Abruptly, I spun around in my chair. There was nothing behind me, so I shut the door and continued writing the report. I had planned to upload the video along with it, as I usually did. However, I seemed to have misplaced my laptop. And that was a problem because I transferred the video files onto there from the camera. The lights flickered, and I heard more bumping and knocking noises. But I wasn't sure where they were coming from. Just as I was about to get up and investigate, the phone rang, and I sat back down to pick it up. Harvey Stenton from room SG64, who's speaking? Yeah, this is Allman. Hey, boss. How can I help? I'd like you to show what you've done so far regarding your report to our newest contract killer. Treat this also as a part of the ISS contract testing. I zoned out and stopped listening to his words. Someone or something was slowly shifting into view of the cubicle window. Someone with a face whiter than paper, someone blonde. Clutching her neck, she limped closer and closer to the small glass viewing pane in front of me. I panicked as a million questions raced through my mind. How did she get out? How could she have moved all the way across the corridor without being seen? What the hell should I do now? She turned her head and blood dripped from her mouth and nose down into her white prison uniform. And the side of her lips curved upwards into a smile. I nearly shit my pants. There was only a thin sheet of glass separating her from me. Sinton? You still there? Sinton? The voice came from the telephone, which I had dropped at my feet. I've come to warn you, she sputtered. They said they'll get you and everyone you love. What? Who are you talking about? You have a brother called Joey. He lives with your parents on the coast. Do you know where they are? How the hell did you know that? She was bringing up family members I hadn't seen in ages since I started working for the ISS. They took your laptop. They know everything about you. You can't hide from them anymore. Who is they? You'll see. A bead of sweat trickled down the side of my face. The problem was, it wasn't my laptop. It was the ISS on which they stored the databases of their employees. Furthermore, if they knew things like my brother's name, they must have been able to access it with the password. My mind was in a chaotic state, but I only worried truly about one thing. Whoever they were, they had access to information about me, which they weren't supposed to know. My address, the address of my family members. I flicked the emergency switch and bolted the fuck out of there. 2 seconds later, security guards grabbed the lady and dragged her back to her cell, followed by the trail of blood. I wondered what on earth had gone wrong. Then after I entered the imprisonment chamber with the security guards, I immediately knew who they were. 2 of the doors of the cell were left wide open, and I couldn't believe it. Who is in charge of the security cameras here? The inmates stared at us, heads strapped to the walls, smiling unnervingly. The lady scientist ran into the chamber. I believe it was the man wearing the trench coat. He told me he wanted to have a word with you. I'm not gonna bloody talk to him. Just tell him he's fired from my department for neglect and misconduct right now. She ran out without a word. And so did I. Back to the hallway into my office cubicle before my boss could catch me. I secured all the locks on the doors, took out my personal cell phone, dialed my brother's number. He asked about this mess. I'd have to cover it up somehow. But first, I had to warn him that his life was in danger. He didn't pick up the first time, so I tried again. I was relieved for a second when he did. Until I heard the voice on the other end speak. Hey bro, how you doing? It was cold and brittle, nothing like Joey's voice. Who are you? You know who I am, Harvey. You wouldn't forget your own brother, would you? Cut it out, okay? Tell me what you've done to him. If you really want to know, you'll have to be patient. How did you get past security? I said, you'll have to wait. The line cut off, and I steadied my breathing as best as I could, but I still wasn't able to stop myself from shaking. Should I call the police? No, there's nothing they could be able to do. My phone vibrated and an email popped up. It had no subject. The only words in the email was, enjoy. Great. I found out my mail address too. And what the hell were these attachments? The thumbnails were blurry, so I couldn't tell what it was exactly. I uploaded the videos onto the computer and clicked on the first one, which was named Man 1. After a brief second of static, the picture came into view. The video quality was bad, but I could make out that it was some sort of warehouse. 3 figures sat in clear view next to each other, each tied to a chair by their arms and legs. From left to right, I recognized them as my dad, mom, and brother, Joey. They were unconscious. Their heads drooped to the side. Panic came over me and I choked on my saliva, sputtering as I continued to watch. My family was in danger, and it was all because of me. Someone began to talk, but I couldn't hear his voice over the sound of the alarm and the chaotic yelling in the background. I turned the volume up and I rewound. "Hello, Sinton." It was the same creepy voice that I heard on the other side of the line just now. A man walked into view, though I could only see him from the waist down. He was wearing black jeans and sneakers. Another one followed him, wearing the prison uniform trousers, and was barefoot. The guy in sneakers was on the left. He poured water on my parents and Joey. They began to regain consciousness slowly. They all went into a state of shock. "The fuck is this?" I heard Joey yell. "Who the—" Another voice silenced him. It belonged to the teenager. "This is for the big guy." He pointed at my dad, who looked around terrified. "Wait, take the phone. Go to the other side," instructed the other guy. The camera moved up and closer to my dad as the teenager flipped the chair, so my dad was lying on the floor on the chair back. When they both took out knives, I realized what was about to happen. No, you've got to be kidding me," I whispered. They were screaming and shouting in the background. They stabbed my dad just below his neck and pulled down sharply, splitting his abdomen, and then they used the knives to cut him open, exposing his organs. I couldn't watch, so I looked away, and when I looked back, my dad stopped yelling in pain, and his head dropped. "No! Fuck!" I screamed. As tears rolled down my face, my nails had punctured the skin on my palms, and there was blood on my sleeves. The video was cut off, and the window closed. I still couldn't stop shaking and breathing. I clicked on the second video named Woman 2, and braced myself for the worst. But I wasn't ready for what I would see next. The footage was shaky because the teenager was holding the camera. The other guy was in the scene, and he put a hand over my mom's mouth to stop her from screaming. Joey yelled at him to let go of my mom, but his anguished cries were left unheard. "This is for the blonde chick," he said. He held a glass bottle full of some strange red liquid, which fizzed about. I screamed when I realized what he was about to do next. He unwrapped a syringe that he took from the cardboard box on the floor and extracted some of the liquid in it. He proceeded to inject it into her neck. Then he chucked it over his shoulder. The chair rocked back and forth as my mom yelled in pain and her legs kicked into the air. Minutes later, blood squirted out of her eyes and her skin turned blue as she suffocated to death. I closed it down. Sobbing uncontrollably, I felt blood slithered down my arms as I clicked on the next video. Man 3. They switched roles again. Now the teenager was in the scene and the camera focused on Joey. "Dude, bring it closer," he said to the other guy. When he did, I was about to see the stains of tears on Joey's face. "This is for the hunchback." His voice was almost happy. He took the bottle of red liquid from the previous clips and unscrewed the cap, laughing. Joey cried and yelled at him to stop, but both guys started laughing wildly. As he put on some plastic gloves and pinched Joey's face, he poured the liquid into it. Burning pink and black, Joey's screams were muffled out by the sounds of gargling and choking. Then I vomited. I skipped the last 10 seconds or so I could... I don't know, I couldn't bear to watch. Both guys are in view now, the teenager holding the camera like he was taking a selfie. "You know what this is?" the other guy asked me directly, as he pulled out that laptop from the inside of the cardboard box. "We saw the videos you made, so we decided to make our own as well. We thought it was rather fucking mean, so we decided to give you a taste of your own medicine. You can't get us, I will see you soon, Harvey Sinton. We're coming for you. The two murderers laughed madly. The video turned black and the browser closed for the last time. They split my dad open like I split open the first man. They injected my mom with poison like I injected poison into the blonde lady. They burned the face of my brother like I'd burned the face off the old man. They made me pay. That was it. They prayed the videos were fake or something, but who was I kidding? I sent my own family to their deaths. They never even been told what was happening. Essentially, I'd killed them. Now karma sealed my fate, and I was next. I understood real pain. For the first time in my life, I asked myself, why did I not have the dignity to treat each human being as a life? Why the fuck did I allow myself to take up a job which would cause not just pain and suffering for the victims, but endless grief for their families as well? Ultimately, I dragged myself into a position so low, even criminals would mock my name. Anyone working for ISIS. Oh, wow. ISIS, yeah. Anyone working for the ISS was a cursed madman. I wasn't a psychopath. I didn't want to be a psychopath. I was going to stop pretending to be one too. Someone was knocking on the door, but I ignored it. I wondered why. When I held the bloody hand of the dying man, did I not clench my fist till my nails made my hands bleed? Why, when I injected the poison into the veins of the lady, did I not cry and yell for her pain to stop? Why, when I scorched the face off that old crook, did I not vomit in disgust? I knew what I had to do. I unlocked the door and I raced past the man waiting for me outside. The boss's office was the building below, and I was sure that he was at the scene of the discovered breakout. I took the lift down and went into the room searching for his gun. Grabbing it from the top shelf, I took the lift back up and bolted through the empty hallway. Employees and contract killers alike had gathered around the imprisonment chamber, and an irate red-faced almond cursing, trying to figure out what the hell had happened. The inmates knew everything. They laughed and spat at him. I pushed past them with all of my strength until I found myself standing at the back of the experiment chamber where only the blonde lady was still restrained. I locked the door behind me, blocking out most of the noise. She was still strapped tightly against the wall. Her face was deathly pale, her body convulsed violently. Losing what little strength she had left, she turned to look at me. I walked closer to her, then I aimed that gun at her head. I believe you, I said. Telling the truth or not, I still believe you because you're right. I am a murderer. Her face lit up. Then I pulled the trigger, putting her out of her misery. I sat down, and I cried for a long time. I cried because I realized the barbaric shame I had brought upon humanity and how I'd failed to see it until it was too late. If I were the Harvey Sinton everyone thought I was, I wouldn't be here crying like a baby. I'd be denying that I ever did anything wrong. Carrying on with my life, feeling no shame or remorse, but I'm not a psychopath. And I think that somewhere in the back of my mind I always knew I'd never live up to my name, and I lived in fear of the day that I would acknowledge it. My story ends here. I hope you enjoyed it because you're not going to hear it from me again. I'm not proud of a single thing I've done in my entire life except for what I'm about to do right now, because if I've learned one thing from all of this, it's that I should never have been born. Someone's telling me to open the door. I have the gun pointed at my head, but I'm hesitant because I'm afraid. Wait a minute. Henry Jack Sinton, afraid. What irony. No doubt the people I butchered were afraid. But it's not like they had any choice. I'm the one giving myself the easy way out. It's time to fix that mistake named the existence of Harvey Sinton. It's time to end it here. The lady scientist sauntered into the research hall.
She had a proud grin on her face as she looked around. A while later, everyone stopped talking and staring at her, wondering what the hell she was doing. And at last she spoke. Guess who Almond's new head researcher is? Everyone clapped with congratulations. She walked over to her new assistant, the little bald scientist who patted her on the back. You won't go nuts and shoot yourself like Sinton did, right? Of course not. I'm a professional. She took care to emphasize the word. I remember he said something like that as well. No, never mind. When are you going to restart the testing? Her grin widened, spreading from ear to ear. Yes, I've got everything planned. We're starting right now. I modified Sinton's remaining prototypes with my little touch, so they're going to produce the best results possible. What? Right now? We haven't even prepared the experiment chamber. What the hell are you standing around for? She snapped. And while you're at it, tell Almond that we need 2 more subjects to replace the ones that have got away. Whatever you say. Where's his laptop? The one that contains the videos? She couldn't find it anywhere in his room. But it would probably reappear later. She walked into the empty chamber and stood still momentarily to calm herself. She had never been more pleased in her life. This was where she would continue his work, and she couldn't wait any longer to start. She sat at the desk and began to think about his suicide, which had occurred to her as strange. Sinton's prototypes and reports were both excellent, admittedly better than anything she had ever produced. He was the perfect man for the job. It was the perfect job for him. Why a man in such great positions would want to kill himself was beyond her understanding, and she would never understand. Because she was pure evil. And she was born that way. To those who sleep. This happened a few years ago. You may have heard rumors if you're on campus. Some even circulated online. Nobody knew what really happened, because I'm the only one who knows, and I kept quiet. For a multitude of reasons. I mean, none of them matter now. But here's what really happened. The 4 of us were handpicked for this experiment by Professor Richardson because we'd all studied under him, worked under him, and as much as anyone can, earned his confidence. He said this one was different. We had to keep quiet. He wanted to keep details to a minimum. All he would tell us before going in was that he required a month of our lives, and if we succeeded, sleep would never again be necessary. Think of it, he said. 6 to 8 additional hours every day. Your month will be paid back before the year is out. If he was right, he'd have a Nobel Prize for sure. He would change the world. We believed in him. Sleep would become a hobby. Imagine that. We felt lucky to be a part of it. We went in with the highest of hopes. We were so excited for a new future, for humanity and for ourselves. And I was the only one to leave that place. Week 1. Professor Richardson brought us out to the location in his van, explaining along the way what we were to do. For the purposes of the study, we were asked to remain in the compound, as he called it. We would be locked in fact, and deprived of windows and Wi-Fi. Other than endure patiently, we didn't have much of anything. We didn't have to do much of anything. My machine does all the work, he explained. It uses a complex melange of sound waves to disrupt the process of sleep. Evolutionary appendices from the days before civilization. The most immediate side effect you'll notice is that you won't dream. Any other effects we noticed, we were to catalog. We were, as he said, in uncharted territory. And so we had to map out the dangers. The immensity of the project was inspiring enough. Then we saw the compound.
The octagon, as it was known, a concrete octagonal structure built at the end of a labyrinth of dirt roads somewhere in the backwoods of Arkansas. I've never been able to find it again. The prof said that it was originally intended as a jail for terrorists, but it was abandoned and never used. It's virtually impenetrable, invisible to satellites, but for us it had been stocked with all the comforts we required for a month of dedication. I don't know how, if any of us expected to really conquer sleep. We thought perhaps reduction in sleep requirements would be possible. We spent a fair amount of the first 2 days speculating on how the machine works, with its complex melange of sound waves, and whether sleep really is an evolutionary appendix, as the professor had claimed. By the third day of only getting 3 to 4 hours of sleep, contrary to feeling groggy, we were more awake and full of energy than ever. We were alert, ready to debate these ideas, and that's when the excitement really hit us. We really did it, JT said. JT was a big, ginger-bearded guy, the sort of guy who still has a healthy collection of magic cards. We don't know that, James said. Always the skeptic, he came from Australia. Just to study under Richardson, actually. The machine could be stimulating the adrenal glands to mildly dose us with adrenaline all throughout the day. Even were that so, wouldn't change the fact that he beat sleep, I said. With our extra time, we were getting in tons of reading, played a stupid amount of Call of Duty, and still had plenty of time to sit around and debate. I guess I have to admit that it's amazing, James said. We all felt it. It was almost euphoric. The excitement we felt for being possibly the first humans to live without the need for sleep. Technically, we still needed a few hours each night still, but we decided together that it was more out of habit than necessity. And then on the 4th day, Don said, "There's something wrong." Now, Don was a serious one. Super serious. He used to be a Franciscan, I had heard. It showed. He didn't talk much, and when he did, it was usually worth listening to. This time he put into words something that I'd been feeling, but I guess just kind of buried under the excitement. With Experiment, or... That was JT. I don't know, he said. It's just a feeling. It's constant uneasiness, like this isn't going the way it's supposed to be going, or that we're in the wrong place. No, James said. I think that's it. It's this place. We all know it was weird when we first saw it. This concrete octagon, but living in it. I think there's something wrong with this place, like something terrible happened here. I understood it was never used, I said. Governments always say that about torture prisons, James said. It's more than that, JT said. I feel it too. I thought it was just from lacking windows at first. But that's not it. I think it's the angles. It's like the angles in this building don't add up to what they should. And what if everyone's dead outside? Don asked. James jumped up so fast his chair clattered to the ground. Cut that shit out, Don. Why would you even say that? Well, what are you saying? I asked. This is a haunted octagon? Yeah, James, JT said. Was it built on an octagonal Indian burial ground? Okay. You want to play that? I said, I can play. Look, space around us transforms based on how we perceive it. Take a church. The people who go there perceive it as holy, so they do things, like leave their crutches behind when they're forced themselves to walk, or light their candles, or whatever. These changes to the space only enhance the perception of holiness and influence future visitors to perceive it in the same way and change it in the same way. Haunted places are the same. For one reason or another, they begin to be perceived as haunted. The more they're perceived that way, the more they're imbued with hauntedness. Even if you've never seen the place before, you pick up the subtle clues, if you're at all sensitive. In a way, it's true to say the church is holy. Our interactions with that space has made it something more than just wood and sheetrock or whatever. So what I'm saying is, maybe something happened here, and we're picking up on it. Some bloody, awful thing. And in that sense, yes, it's a haunted octagon. No, John said. Places are considered holy because an authority telegraphs it to whoever will listen, just like haunted places make a lot of money off dumb tourists. On that point, at least, we were all able to agree. I didn't put any of our uneasiness at rest, but we wrote it down. We somehow agreed upon the phrasing right away. Acute sensations that we've entered into something where we aren't welcome. Week 2. We tried our best to ignore these feelings and carry on like we had been. Those first few days had been some of the best in our adult lives, but we never got back to those happy times. I realized around then how short-sighted of Richardson it had been to leave us there without any means of contacting the outside world. Then I voiced my opinion. That's just what I was thinking, JT said. Richardson isn't a dumb guy, you get me? I think he did this on purpose. Why would he do that? I asked. For science, of course, he answered. It's one of those meta-studies where we're told it's about one thing, but it's actually about how we react to the experiment, like the Milgram experiments. Or it's just not his choice, James said. The government is making him do it. And that machine is designed to control us. Or some sort of cult. Scientologists. This is a government-built installation, JT said. That actually makes sense. Not the Scientologist part, though. Now think about it, James started, but I interrupted. Okay. Let's come back down to earth for a second. Best case scenario, Richardson is just a jerk who doesn't care about our personal well-being, right? Give it a rest, Don said. The one I least expected to snap at me. Stop trying to act like the most rational guy in the room. You don't know what Richardson's into. He's into other things he'd never talk about publicly. I looked at the others and saw similar confusion. What are you talking about? I've heard a little about this, actually, James said. He has some fringe ideas. Let's just say that he's not the respected academic he presents himself to be, Don said. I've heard some of the content he doesn't publish. He thinks and very seriously believes that there's something else, something besides this. He knocked on the table. Something more than material stuff. That's not completely strange, I said with a shrug. I was expecting worse. He puts it this way, Don continued, ignoring me. Think back to the beginning of existence. There had to be conditions such that the universe's existence was possible. If the universe wasn't possible, then it couldn't have come to exist. Does that stand to reason? We all nodded. Okay, and those conditions cannot be met, nor laws of matter, since those came into being with an existence of the universe. So whatever those conditions are, they have to be something other than the basic substance of the universe. Does that make sense? I guess, I said. This isn't turning into an argument for God, is it? He shook his head. It's an argument for something that continues to exist. Except we can't even say that. Because ideas like something and exist are developed by, for, and within physical reality. This is something pre-physical, something pre-existence. Whatever it is, allowed the universe to spontaneously be. Who knows what else it's been doing these billions of years? Just asking that question is already violating the stipulations, I started saying, but my background in philosophy kicked in. Yeah. but he believes it. He thinks it's the source of free will. Our brains touch it somehow. And so he believes he can reach it, study it. I didn't get to read much more than that. And this experiment is something he's not putting on the books, James added. It may have to do with his more peculiar interests. So, instead of eliminating sleep, he's trying to make us see God, I asked sarcastically. I don't know, brother, John said. I'm just saying, if he thinks the brain touches another reality, this is just the kind of experiment he'd want to try to prove his theory. You think that he has this room bugged? JT asked. I think he might be in here somewhere, I said, without even thinking of what I was saying. They looked to me, waiting for an explanation, and with what looked like fear in their eyes. Strange we should be so afraid of this man we admired less than 2 weeks ago. I sometimes feel like someone's watching me in my sleep, I explained, my voice starting to tremble. I figured it was one of you at first. I feel it especially when I'm not quite awake, but not quite asleep. Those moments when you wake for a few seconds and adjust your pillow, I could feel and see, and I could hear someone standing over me. Just breathing. Watching. I was too close to unconsciousness to do anything about it, and I just fell back asleep. I could see the terror filling the other's eyes while I spoke. I've been feeling it too, Don said, almost in a whisper, like he was scared to be heard. I thought I was losing it. Me too, James said. Someone else is in here, I said. We drew closer together, our eyes darting nervously around the gray concrete room. We were all feeling the same thing, I'm sure. That we were trapped. Trapped inside this horrible building with someone or something else. Wait, JT said. What would this person be eating? We don't see our food disappearing. There's no way out. There isn't really anywhere to hide. We gotta start being sensible. We let out a sigh of relief because he was right. Okay, let's think about this, I said. Let's say this is another effect of the machine. Phase 2, paranoia. Phase 2, paranoia, Don said with a consenting nod. We wrote it down. The next day, when we all gathered together for breakfast, JT asked, have you all had any dreams? We all shook our head. Richardson was right on the money with that one, I said. He said, do you know feral children don't dream? How do we know that? James asked. No, they tell us. The few that get socialized. They say dreaming is something that starts out of fear. When they have language, object permanence, all that shit. No, what about dogs? I asked. Like chasing rabbits in their sleep. Autonomic responses. Okay, maybe language and object permanence impacts only the ability to remember dreams. James said. Both are consistent with the superficial data. The onus is on you to prove otherwise. JT scoffed. What's your point anyway? Don asked. The point is, being dreamless. Do you think it's healthy? I don't think it's healthy. I think the machine isn't making us not need to sleep. It's making us not feel tired. I think all this might be happening because we aren't dreaming. We can't really answer, can we? James said. Dreams naturally accompany REM sleep, so we don't have any studies that differentiate between the effects of not dreaming and not sleeping. Or maybe we're dreaming and the dreams are just going somewhere else, JT said. I don't know what he meant by that. Nobody does. We all stopped talking. Then dispersed. Something about it. It's felt too true. Week 3. Our gatherings for theoretical discussions became rarer and rarer. We tended to isolate ourselves and eyed each other with suspicions. I still had those feelings of uneasiness and of unwelcomeness every day. Each night, the figure standing over me. I was sleeping even less now, about an hour tops, so little sleep that I started to catch it running away. The last time I was awake enough to see where it was going, it's this one particular corner of my room that always struck me as peculiar, that I caught myself staring at it even when I didn't want to. It's a point where the angles are strange. My eyes had trouble focusing on it. The figure skulked straight to that point and disappeared into it. When I woke up fully, I questioned whether I'd hallucinated the whole thing. And perhaps. Phase 3, hallucinations. I went over to the corner and looked at it closely. It smelled strange. Like turpentine. And the more I stared at it, the more I forced my eyes to focus. I was sure that something was moving inside. And it was watching me. I heard this awful, hate-filled sound coming from deep within the corner then. I didn't wait around to understand what made that noise. I left the room for good. I took all of my short naps in the library from then on. While lying in the library, I overheard JT talking to someone in the corridor. He was telling him about the angles again. He said there were more degrees in the building than could possibly be in a standard enclosed shape. 2.7488 degrees more, he said. Just enough to drive you nuts, but not enough to be obvious. Whoever he was talking to said something I didn't understand, something like, "Those are the degrees of ripping." The voice was distorted somehow, so I can't be sure. What I was sure of was I didn't recognize that voice at all. Whoever JT was talking to wasn't one of us. It may be silly, but I was scared. I sat there, pretending to be asleep while JT walked by, and as he did, I felt someone or something come into the room and stand over me. And then it went away. After a minute or so of telling myself that I was being foolish, I went and I followed after JT. I didn't see him anywhere. I bumped into James. He also said he hadn't seen JT. "Have you seen or heard anyone who shouldn't be in here?" I asked him. James looked at me with a mixture of surprise and terror. "How'd you know?" he asked. "I haven't told anyone." "About what?" He told me that he heard his mother calling to him. Not a faint sound that he confused for his mother, but her voice. As clear as mine, calling out to him. He almost answered her, he said. Almost. Then he stopped himself. "She's been dead for years, man," he said. "But never was calling me. Wasn't my mother." I saw he was shaking, and his hands were clenched. I told him to hang in there. It might be oral hallucinations. I'd been hearing things too, a child crying. So low at first I thought that it was the plumbing. "We should call a meeting," he said. I thought about JT and what I'd heard moments ago. "Let's just tell Don," I said. "As a side effect of the machine, it makes sense," Don said after we told him. "The sounds are not supposed to be audible, yet somehow our brain might be picking up their random patterns and interpreting them as something, and the brain assigns a memory to make the pattern meaningful." "Do you believe that?" I asked. "Not for a second," James said. We had a shortage of rational explanations, and that was a pretty good one. I'd hoped he was right. A few days later, I found James in the gym, pounding away at the punching bag. I asked him if he was all right. He ignored me, so I went back to the reading room. A few minutes later, he was behind me. "That voice I've been hearing is not my mother," he said. "Of course not,"
I said. You'd already decided that, after all. No, I mean... I don't know what I mean. It's just... My mom was a kind person. Even if this voice is trying to sound like her, it's not like her at all. It's not kind. It's not... human. I put down my books and I looked him full on to see if he was serious. He was. She's been telling me all sorts of things, he said. She asked me if you remember the shed. I couldn't say anything. I was speechless. I never talked about that. For good reason. It took me years to come to terms with what happened. It was a long time ago. I was out playing behind our house in the woods, as I often did. I like to construct shitty tree houses. I went a little off property. I came to this shed that I'd never seen before. It looked odd, though. I remember that. I heard a kid crying inside. Thinking I might have made a friend to make a treehouse with, I looked through the window. The kid was all chained up in there. There was a dog bowl on the floor. I wanted to help, but I knew I was trespassing. I looked around. That's when I saw this man off about 20 feet into the woods, and he was dressed all in black. Really old-fashioned clothes, like 19th century clothes. He had to have been watching me the whole time, expressionless. I went running all the way home. I was so scared. I didn't tell my parents about it until I was supposed to go to bed, and I had to explain why I was terrified to go to sleep. They had the cops out right away. They found the shed. I heard they found the chains in the bowl, but the kid was gone. I always blamed myself for not helping that kid right away. Do you? James asked. Yeah. Okay, well, she's been telling me how to get out. I looked at him without a word because he sounded so manic. She said there's a secret exit inside JT. We have to cut him open to get to it. James, I said, unsure what else to say at this point. Oh, I know. He said with a gulp. I know it's not true. I just had to tell someone. I don't know what's going on in this place, he added. I'm scared, man. So was I. You had to get out of this octagon. Week 4. James and I started looking for ways out after that. Since we weren't sleeping at all now, we had plenty of time to do it. Every time we thought that we'd found something, it was a dead end. It was while we were doing this that we saw Don standing alone in the corridor with his back to us. What's going on? James asked. Something about it just seemed strange. Hey Don, you okay? I called. He turned around with a smile, gave a big wave. Bye guys, he said. And he walked around the corner. I looked at James to see if he was thinking the same thing as me, that something bad was about to happen. And he was right. Looking back at me, we took off running after him. He was at the end of the next corridor already, getting into the elevator. Don! No! We ran after him. The doors closed before we got there. He went up. Wait. This thing is an octagon. It's a one-floor building. There's no elevator. Never before or after. I don't know where Don went, or if I think what I think I saw really happened. But I know I never saw Don again. I don't understand, James said. What's happening? Before we could take time to think about it, a group of people rounded the corner and were walking towards us. I think I should go. Who are they? James, let's go. Why are they blurry? I don't know, but we're going. I grabbed his arm and I pulled him with me, and then I ran. I ran until I got to the kitchen. I hid myself behind the wall in the fridge, and I was sure James was right behind me. I could hear his footfalls the whole way, but when I looked, he was gone. I stayed there until my body couldn't really take it anymore. Probably a few hours, and then I slipped out. I saw someone peering at me from around the doorway. I was so startled. I backed up against the wall. It was a little boy. Hello? I said. And then I heard screams. The boy was gone. There was more screams. I couldn't just leave someone in distress. Not again. I ran towards the screams, scared of what might be happening to James. I heard that scream again, but this one choked out. It was coming from JT's room. I wished then, and I still wish I hadn't opened the door. James was in there. James was in there. He'd sliced JT open. He was feeling around in his guts. The shocked, agonized expression was frozen on JT's face. What did you do? I have to get out, James said as he dug through JT's intestines. I backed out of the room. I didn't know what else to do. I had to find somewhere to hide until Richardson could get us out of there. And once I was out of the room, I heard James saying, "Mom?" And then, oh no, and he screamed. I ran back in. James was gone. The doorway to the room hadn't left my sight. There's no way he got out, but he was gone. Noxious black smoke was coming from JT's abdomen. It smelled like burning tires. I went back to the kitchen. I found a supply of candles, melted some wax onto paper towels, and I stuffed my ears with it, and then I curled up in a corner with my eyes closed, and I waited for sleep to come. I waited a long time, but eventually it came. When I woke up, Professor Richardson was shaking me. He'd already pulled the paper towels out of my ears. I thought he'd come early. I found out later that I'd been asleep for several days. He asked me where the others went. I told him everything. As much as I understood, I tried to take him to JT's body, but it was gone. Not a trace of blood. He took me to a hospital after that, to make sure that I was okay. "I'll foot the bill," he said. "Also, you can forget about your student loans." "Is that how it is?" I asked. "Put you in danger," he said, "so yes, you've earned it. If you keep quiet." I told him I couldn't keep quiet because of what happened to the others. You don't think those things really happen, do you? But all the laws of the physical universe suspend themselves just for you four? No, those were your waking dreams. You weren't supposed to dream at all. I thought I'd compensated for it. The machine needs tweaking. It's science. The others are fine. They'll be laying low for a while until I publish the results, so please do the same. I wanted to believe him. I've always considered myself a rational person. I didn't believe him. Yes, it all could have been a dream. That would have been the simplest explanation, but it was no dream. I tried to find the others. I never could. I don't think they're fine at all. I tried to tell the police about it, but they wanted evidence. I couldn't even show them the octagon. James, JT, Don, if you're out here and you hear this, let me know you're okay. And everyone else, tell me. Tell me what you think. I think Professor Richardson was right about one thing. Sleep really is something we evolved to protect us, except not from the creatures that roam the forest at night. It protects us from something much worse, something all around us. It's not
obsolete at all.
Thank whatever you believe in that you have sleep. And that you dream.
When I was young, for the longest time, my parents tried to keep me away from the internet. They always saw the negativity that came from it and ignored the potential it had. Of course, they couldn't keep this up forever. Eventually, it became more and more accessible, and they finally caved in, and we got a family computer. The computer itself wasn't anything spectacular, but what it held was truly the new man-made wonder that grew each day. When I got home from school, I could go online and read whatever articles I could find, peer into people's lives through personal written blogs, and play the assortment of games that people made. I couldn't explore everything, as my parents had put a parental filter on the computer, and I was young at the time, only 12 years old. But honestly, I had no interest in the sort of stuff they were trying to protect me from. A few years down the line, I started finding interesting stories. I could never tell if they were fiction or not, as they often never had an author credited. They'd also be shared around so much that you never find any original source. This gave these tales more mystery. A lot of them were laughable, unrealistic serial killers, impractical monsters. However, one story caught my attention and stuck with me ever since reading it. It was called the Russian Sleep Experiment. It was about Russian researchers performing an experiment on some captured prisoners of war. They falsely promised their freedom if they sat in a chamber with gas that would suppress their want and need for sleep. Now, eventually, they mentally deteriorated, and the scientists found them as a husk of their human selves. They were mutilated, guts hanging out of their bodies. They were very still alive. Not only this, but they had shown extraordinary strength. They only wanted one thing: to be put back in the gas. It ends with one of the generals ordering some scientists to put them back in the test chamber, and for the scientists to go in and manually observe these monstrosities. This triggers a reaction from one of the scientists, who grabs the general's gun, shoots him, aims it towards the last surviving patient, and the creature explains that he was what lies dormant in each of us, a hidden demon we suppress with our natural need for sleep. Now, that was a condensed version of the story anyway. I'm definitely recommending checking it out. When I read this story, I was in shock. Was it real? Who wrote this? Is it possible? These questions and more flooded my mind and stuck with me for a few years of my life. I mean, I've seen a lot of leaked experiment documents from 2 world wars, bats with bombs, dogs with 2 heads. This wasn't the most absurd scientific idea I'd seen pitched from those times. Over time, things were pushed back, although my love for psychology and interesting behavioral experiments still held my interest. I focused on the old, controversial ones, like the Zimbardo Stafford Prison Experiment, where Zimbardo organized some students to incarcerate other students and hold them prisoner. Eventually, things led to an authoritarian control, and it resulted in the mock police to use actual brutality and psychological torture to maintain control. Another one I just love is the Milgram Experiment. Some paid volunteers, labeled as the teacher, were given control of the electric shock device. They had to ask an assortment of questions to the learner, but they were also warned of the learner's heart condition. If wrong, the teacher administered an electric shock and moved on to the next question. Each time the voltage was increased by 15. After a number of shocks, the learner would eventually be in so much pain that they would start banging on the wall. He would complain about his heart condition, but the scientist would simply prompt the teacher to continue. Eventually, after being told they wouldn't be held responsible, the teacher would administer the killing blow, go well above what the subject could handle. What I love about this one is that you think it's the learner who's getting tested, but they're actually an actor. No one really died in that experiment. The experiment was set up to test people's obedience, and this test shattered expectations. Most psychologists propose that most people would stop before going above the lethal 450 volts. But even though they were all uncomfortable, showing signs of stress, even offering not to be paid and leave the experiment, 65% of participants went over the limit. This was an amazing display of raw human nature. There were even even some controversial parallels drawn between the atrocities caused in the Holocaust and how humans fall into the demands of authority. These cases and more displayed and concluded a lot of dark motives behind our polite human exteriors. However, these cases and more are also the reason why psychology ethical standards were set up. Nowadays, you can't do anything remotely as intensive as the experiments back in the good old days. Principles and guidelines are so restricting that you can barely test anything ambitious about the human mind and will. I hate it. I pitched my ideas and hypotheses for many tests that I felt could further our understanding of ourselves at our most rawest level, but legalities and ethics were a barrier I couldn't overcome. I wanted to be the guy who set up these labyrinths of will, see if we were still capable of functioning as our primitive selves once were. I worked hard on my degree, which I saw as my ticket to this level of power, but all I held was a glorified piece of paper that let me listen to people's feelings. There was no way I could get funding from an official government body, so I'd have to do the next best thing. Fund it myself. However, I was sitting on a mountain of student debt. I was already one step behind. It was a good thing I was qualified to get paid a ridiculous amount by listening to people's feelings. It wasn't easy at first, starting off as a junior, then working my way up to a private counselor, but I did it, and now I was making bank with minimal input. After a while, I'd saved enough for a good first-off experiment, something that had influenced me and piqued my curiosity into this world of experiments. The Russian sleep experiment. The idea was simple. Just stop someone sleeping for a long period of time. Body has many deterrents for sleep: caffeine, fear, adrenaline, pain. I took to the drawing board and planned out a schedule. The next task was the room. Luckily, I lived in a detached house, and the spacing between my house and my neighbor's was relatively far away. First, I saved up for a basement extension on the house. After that was complete, I soundproofed the walls with the best padding I could find. Best part about doing this now is that I could amend the issue the researchers had in the original experiment. They had to monitor the subjects through a small porthole window, whereas I could keep track of everything in crisp HD at a relatively low price. The icing on the cake was the reinforced door to keep the subject from escaping. Once everything was set, I needed a test subject. Of course, no one would willingly volunteer for this. I couldn't go down any official route, so I had to improvise. Luckily, while working, I found the perfect person. For a number of weeks, I'd been counseling a guy named Josh Kent. He'd complain about voices in his head, strange urges that he was scared of. However, from what I could tell, he never had anything wrong with him. He simply needed someone to talk to. And having these problems meant he had a reason to see someone. Me. He had recently lived through his mother and his wife's passing in the same month, and he had no kids or family to talk to. Due to the tragedy, he left his job, so he would come to me with various issues that he thought he had. Honestly, though, it would just turn into idle chat, because in reality, he just wanted someone to talk to. Nice guy, really. He would pay for this expensive chinwag with the hefty inheritance money that he'd received. With no close ties, he was the perfect person to use. He was disposable to society, so in a sense, I was almost doing the world a favor. I didn't have to wait long before he scheduled another appointment, no doubt to talk about how lonely he was and how life had changed for him. We engaged in our usual manner, and while he was relaxed, I slipped behind him and squeezed the content of a syringe I concealed behind my wrist into his neck. He dropped like a sack of potatoes, and I easily managed to sneak him into my house unnoticed. He was peaceful when I dressed him in the clean white garb. This is probably going to be the last sleep he was ever going to have, I thought to myself. I chained his arms and legs to stop him from escaping. Since the gas used in the original experiment was never named, I had to use what I knew would work: the syringes. An occasional dose of adrenaline and constant consumption of caffeine in his water and food meant that I could do a good job at keeping him awake, and for the times he would really force himself to sleep, his restraints were wired to shock him with a hefty jolt by remote. After setting up, I waited for him to wake. Eventually, he came to, and I pressed a button linked to an intercom. "Welcome, Josh. I'm sure that you're confused, but don't worry. You're here for a reason. You always spoke of the voices and urges that you were scared of. Well, I'm about to perform a great experiment to fix them. Don't be frightened. Everything is happening for a reason. Trust me. All while I was saying this, I saw his face contort into a fear and then regret. A million thoughts must have been running through his head, thoughts that I would never know. After he had eased up some more, I explained what was going to happen. I talked about how I was going to treat his condition through a new experiment by resetting the brain. I told him to achieve this, I had to prevent him from sleeping for 30 days. Reaching day 30 was never my main goal. My first goal was to beat the days passed in the original experiment, 12 days. I never told him my true intentions as well. I would have been stupid to do so. It would have only caused him panic. This way, he'd be more cooperative. A day passed while I was observing him on the monitors, and he was a bit weary. However, he was stable and awake through the small and regular doses of caffeine. I would occasionally see him try and sleep, but be unable to. The times he would be almost able to, I would remind him to stay awake through the intercom, and when he would be less cooperative, I would send a small, harmless jolt to the restraints. Afterward, he'd scream obscenities at me, but I'd remind him it's for his own good, and he'd be less hysterical. Me, however, I was feeling the effects bad. Something so simple, so flawed, in the experiment overlooked. I had to constantly monitor him, yet I also needed sleep. Halfway through the second day, I risked it. I lay my head on my desk and set an alarm for 6 hours. That'd be ample amounts of sleep. When I woke, my eyes were still heavy, but I was rested enough to make another shift of watching Josh. However, when I looked at the screen, I saw he was motionless. My eyes widened when I realized why. He was sleeping. I came to the room and shook him violently, releasing my frustrations, both of Josh and of myself. "Come on, Josh, you have to stay awake for this to work," I yelled. "It's too hard. Can we try something else?" Josh replied wearily. I jabbed his arm while he was saying this with a small shot of adrenaline, then gave a speech about how this is for the best and how this will help him for the rest of his life. He took what I said in stride, but I could tell he was losing faith. I wasn't going to let his weak will affect the magnitude of what I was going to accomplish. To investigate what lies deep within our subconscious is something too valuable to squander because one is not willing to cooperate. As I walked away, I thought about how this experiment could fail because of the simple flaw in the plan, that I had to be awake to monitor him. I cursed myself as I sat down, lamenting on the lack of professionalism that comes with this kind of underground research. I had no extra staff, no special monitoring equipment, no scientists to help with chemicals, but I was adamant to do this. Besides, I was too far in. There was no way I could go back now, and it would be a monumental task to set this up again. It had to be now. My new goal was to simply observe Josh for the longest period of time I could to see signs that could prove my hypothesis. I sat down in front of the computer screen, reset the clock, and monitored Josh for the rest of that day. 24 hours later, and my eyes were heavy. I stared at the glowing image of Josh, who was probably feeling the same way. I saw him starting to nod, so I sipped some coffee and instructed him to stay awake through the intercom. Minutes passed, and I knew he was starting to ignore me over his desire to sleep. I got up and slowly headed to the cell to see him dipping his head to a comfortable position. I raised my arms to push the needle straight into his neck and force the adrenaline into his body. His eyes shot open from the shock, and soon he was jittering from the reaction to the chemical. I exhaled in approval and slowly headed back to my seat. However, I wasn't faring well myself. I looked over to my supplies for adrenaline and wondered how long it'd be until I had to use that on myself. I poured myself some coffee and carried on watching. 46 hours had passed. I leaned back in my chair and took in the fact that we were almost at the 2-day mark, something that had probably been done by many students trying to crunch for their finals or workers trying to meet deadlines. However, I felt that we were getting closer to the end. 57 hours in, and it felt like an uphill battle against being dragged into the depths of the land of Nod. Josh, obviously much less motivated than me to stay awake, was worse off. Since the 2-day mark, I had already given him 2 half-doses of adrenaline, and even had to use some on myself. Caffeine was starting to become close to ineffective with how deprived we both were from sleep. I also started hallucinating, small things at first. Small shapes moving off the side of my vision, sounds that shouldn't have been there. My head was My head was dropping to the weight I felt in my head. I jolted awake. While battling the urge to sleep, my ears rang with a burning screech coming from the cell. I looked at the screen to see Josh wailing his lungs out and tugging against his restraints. "I don't want to be here anymore!" he yelled. "Get me out of here!" His will was hanging by a thread. Wouldn't be long before he'd start to revolt against my needs. I couldn't let that happen, though. There was too much at stake. Many grueling hours later, and we were both sat at a stalemate. The timer was indicating that 62 hours had passed. The effects of fatigue were chipping away at us both. Josh had particularly lost a lot of energy from his constant crying and babbling, sprinkling between his begging to be set free. His wrists were raw from the tugging and struggling that came from the protest of being held against his will. My state wasn't much better. I was fatigued beyond belief, however. One thing kept me going. While observing Josh, I was occasionally glancing over to my copy of the Russian sleep experiment. And the more Josh mentally deteriorated, the more it started to align with what was documented before me. I wondered why it wasn't affecting me, but maybe I had a particularly strong aversion to the effects, as I was fully aware of them, and had the willpower to muscle through the whole ordeal. So with this in mind, the more extreme things became, the more I realized that I had to keep going. Hour 91. Time was moving slow and my heart was racing. To keep up with making Josh not sleep, I had to start matching adrenaline doses with Josh, which I had to up the frequency of. This mixed in with the caffeine pills and other stimulants, my chest was feeling tight. My mind was floating on clouds. Luckily, I only had one focus, and that was keeping Josh awake. Along with these many drugs, I had to resort to the shocking device that was wired to Josh's restraints more often. I don't know if it was because it was starting to become necessary or because my ability to carry myself to his cell on a regular basis was almost non-existent, but it was working. As for Josh himself, he would dip in and out of sporadic behaviors, usually happening when he was either shocked or I came in with some chemicals. This is throwing me through some loops as he's tossing around and yelling was close to what was described in the original experiment, but it was mostly spurred on by my presence. The only way to verify this was to carry on. So I did. The timer rolled over to 144 hours. I scribbled something haphazardly down about how 6 days had passed, but it wasn't very comprehensive. Josh was awake, but in a near unconscious state. His head had dipped, mouth dribbling, and occasionally babbling nonsense. He would respond to messages, but I couldn't understand any of them. Both our arms and necks shared the same resemblance of red dots. Didn't know how fatal the amount of adrenaline we took was, but I was sure the human body could take a lot. I mean, it is naturally found in the body. Josh's head dipped and eyes drooped shut, and I slowly stood up and shuffled over to the remains of the adrenaline supply. Weight of doubt dragging in my heels. More time passed. I stare at the clock. The seconds roll over to zeros again. Minutes roll over to make more zeros, and the hours show the next benchmark. 192. 8 days. I look over at Josh. His face is dry through the loss of tears and saliva. The fight in his eyes are gone. The only thing stopping me from pronouncing him dead was the small movement from his chest that implied breathing, almost like routine. His eyes started to drop. It's time for another shot. I drag my way to his form. I drop down to my knees and I look at him. Nothing about him screams anything animalistic. Something go wrong? Maybe it was the chemical they used in the original experiment. Maybe he slipped in sleep when I was in a lapse of concentration. The doubt of the validity of this tale was weighing heavy on my mind, but I could neither confirm nor deny it still due to the increasing amount of errors in my personal study. I jab the needle where my arm lands and push the liquid into his bloodstream. A few seconds and it was reacting. He started twitching for a few seconds, and after that, his head dipped and stopped moving. I look closely and see he lost the small chest motion that implied breath. It wasn't hard to piece together that he was now dead. I possessed the resources to resuscitate him, but I had neither the energy nor the motivation to do so. As I lie down with the events of the past 8 days running through my mind, only one thing prevailed in my mind as my eyes closed, with a lot of relief. I really hope I wake up. Hey there kids, it's me, MrCreepyPasta, and we're currently entering fall, which means Halloween is right around the corner. I just want to say thank you guys for watching tonight's video, listening to tonight's episode of the podcast, and to start expecting more audios as we go closer and closer to the spookiest day of the year. Once October starts, you know what that means. I'll be having out a video every single day until Halloween itself, and I expect to see you there. I mean it. I expect to see you there for every video, for every podcast episode, and I expect to see you like, comment, and subscribe, and all that jazz bell, what do you do on podcasts? Follow on Spotify? Yeah, that, for the month of October, and especially so you don't miss the 13-day countdown. Also, I want to give a huge thank you to everybody on this list of Patreons. Some of these amazing folks are Diana Kraus, AcidSystem, Blake Rattler, Brandon Mendoza, Brenna Caltuna, ChicagoHitman, CoryxKenshin, CrusaderChocobo, Dakota Best, Daniel Poulsen, Dante Kinkade, Enchanted Buns, Estabine, Hades Nephew, Himbo Jerry, Our Minute Seconds Time, Ingegerd Salstrom, Jay Kearns, Jadis Pet, McMog, Mr. Marcus Blitz, Psychomel, Plant Piz, Red Shadow Cat, Remember the Sun, Salty Surprise, Samara Lynn, Seclude, Simba's Bloody Mojo, Sky Harbor, Smiley the Psychotic, Sully Man, Tully Sue, Team Leo 76, The Demented Voice in Your Head, The Chavez Brothers, The Ginger Bros, Tommy Walters, Viceroy Scorn, William Wellington, Your Bro Keegan, Zabub, and Shadow Gardens. A huge thank you to you guys, everybody who shows up in the description down below, and as always, folks, sweet dreams.